Hey, happy Friday, you guys. Y'all, I am so sorry. I want to apologize ahead of time. I am in Alabama because unfortunately I have to go to a funeral tomorrow. So the lighting is off. You may hear dogs barking in the background. My entire family is here. So do your best to ignore them. How's everybody doing? Let's introduce our panelists. We have Mistaken, Tan, Cece,
Hey, hey.
Team Della. Team Della will be joining us a little later. She's running a little late. My name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a chic critique. Oh gosh, you guys, this is an interesting week. Y'all, I'm trying. Look, I got lamps everywhere. Look everywhere. And it's just not working for me. Anyway, we will be talking about picky preference, our standards. Which one is it? And we're gonna start off, ladies. Do you think men and women today are too picky? Do you think men and women today are too picky? Anybody want to tackle that first?
Yeah. I personally believe I would start off by saying yes. Um and what I think is the issue with being too picky is that you eliminate so many other options that might be available only because you're stuck on, I guess I would say, some specific nuances that may not really matter when it comes to having a lifelong relationship. And when you're focusing on those picky aspects, you're just gonna minimize the opportunity to find somebody that you might match with and waste time, actually.
I think it's good to know what you want for sure, right? If you know what you want, then you are more apt to just get rid of the BS when you see it. Um, However, to Mistaken's point, there is a balance, right? We should know what we want, but there's also a such thing as compromise. And in any relationship, there's compromise, there's give and take. There's no such thing as this perfect matchmaker partner, whether it's the man or the woman. You know, you list your mandatory things that are just non-negotiables, I guess we'll call them. And then you've got your other intangibles. So everything in a relationship is give and take. I'm not sure about the picky, but I think there's definitely balance, and maybe we should do a little bit more proper balancing.
First, I think the struggle is that women don't really know what they want. So it could appear that they are picky, but I think it's just they're indecisive in the sense that what they feel like they want and what they need are two different things. So they're just grasping at straws, is what I call it. Um, but as far as pickiness, I think we probably need to talk more about the difference between picky and preferences, because I think depending on your walk of life, you have preferences, and those preferences are from your life experiences. Then there's picky, I want superficial things. There's things that you don't need, and you just have the list, as most women have that list of he got to be over 6 foot, he has to be make this money, he has to have this career, he has to drive this car. I mean, those are picky things. But I think their preferences, like Tan was alluding to, are important, and you should have those like non-negotiables. This is what I need, this is what I want, this is what I'm going to accept, what I'm not going to accept. So I think we need to just delve in deeper on the difference between picky and preferences.
Okay, let's do that then. What is the difference between picky and a preference?
Well, real quick, I think what she was saying as a preference, I like the non-negotiables. I, I think that's more of the standard. So now we get into those layers of saying the different, because I do think that there's a difference between standards, preferences, and pickiness. So when she was saying the non-negotiables, to me, I think that is the standard. That's the bottom basic baseline that in order for me to even entertain you, you have to meet these specific standards, period. I won't negotiate on those. That's your standard. But then I think when you get into the preference aspect, is a little different. So now we're sprinkling a little more, stuff on it, in terms of bumping it up. Like you've meet these basic baseline, that's going to get me in the door. But now I got to figure out if I want to stay here. So I think that's where the preference aspect comes in. And then the picky is the next level. But I'm thinking of it as like, like a triangle, where that the wide base is where your standards are, and then your preferences, and then the pickiness. And I think what happens a lot of times is that as women, or I would say even men, when we're choosing partners, a lot of times we're misconstruing or thinking that the pickiness are our standards, and it shouldn't be. Because if you're at the top of that pyramid, you're going to look down and you see more options. But if you start at your baseline looking up, you know what I'm saying, you're going to have fewer and fewer options as you go up.
Okay, so what would be examples of those standards then? Like, I think you say standards. I'm having difficulty differentiating between standards and preferences.
Mm-hmm.
I like the whole pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're gonna get. We're gonna do it one at a time. So we can all give, because we're kind of munching it all together. So first, with pickiness, what does pickiness look like? What do you say? Okay, girlfriend, that's picky. You're like way too picky.
I would say that's the superficial stuff that really is not going to maintain the relationship itself. Those are the things that can always change. Like, oh, I want him to have, like you said, things like, oh, he needs to have green eyes. He needs to be this height. He needs to make this amount of money. He needs to have, so
what is that? Is that really picky, or is that a preference?
I would say picky, because what happens is you won't look outside anybody else from that person if they don't meet these specific things. And the truth of the matter is that those specific things that you're choosing, vast majority of people will not even have those attributes or those specific physical qualities that you're looking for. So that's why I say that with the pickiness, you're going to have you're probably going to have less opportunity to meet the ideal mate that you say that you want, because it's so specific that not many people are going to even meet or even have those attributes that you say that you're looking for.
I understand.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Tam. No, go ahead.
So I completely understand what Mistaken is saying. I think I have a slightly different perspective when it comes to, I know you were saying superficial, the green eyes, definitely completely agree with you on the superficial green eyes. What difference is that going to make, for anything that counts towards a real successful, healthy relationship? But when it comes to height or certain things, that may be, the superficial things, as we call it, superficial. For me, I definitely have to be attracted. One may say that's superficial, but what attractive to me may not be attractive to the next person, right? So for me, I definitely have to be attracted to you. If I'm not attracted to you, unfortunately, that's going to be tough. Right. So one may say that's superficial, but for me, that's a non-negotiable. I want to be able to look at my man or listen to him speak or see him walk, whatever attractiveness is from my perspective, whatever attracts me to that person. It could be the personality, whatever that attractiveness is, I've got to be attracted to my person. And for me, that's a non-negotiable. For the next person, it may not be. Right? It may be that you work with the person, and through working with the person, maybe you weren't initially attracted to them. Maybe they grew on you because of their humor, or because of their personality, or because they understand you, because they get you. So whatever that attractiveness is, that for me really is, it could be, and I know I'm sliding here with the preference, but it really could, for me, that's a non-negotiable.
Mhm.
Attraction is a non-negotiable. That's
Mhm.
what
Well,
you're saying.
attraction
Yeah.
in some, I think that when we say attraction, we automatically, when people say it's attraction, we automatically think physical. But she's
Mhm.
saying
Oh,
attracted
no,
in
right.
some type of manner, like his humor, his personality. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical. You can
I
look
agree.
than
No, absolutely. Picky, to touch on Mistaken's point, I would say Picky's like, he got to have a beard, and that beard got to be thick. It can't be a struggle beard.
Mhm.
It's that would be Picky.
like no oil in your nails. That's picky.
Picky is now. People say this is picky, but for me, this is one of my preferences. If you are missing a side tooth, that missing pocket on the side,
It's
and I
not
get
picky.
told this all the time, Christina, that is picky. I'm like, they are missing a whole pocket on the side of their mouth of tooth decay. For me, that is a preference. Like, I'm not like, dental hygiene is a preference of mine, whereas others would find that as picky.
Mhm.
I think if you're determining a guy's character and worth based on the car they drive, because I know people who really don't have interest in cars, and their financial status is great, but they're like, I drive a Honda. Hondas are affordable. Hondas are economical. I don't have to worry about my Honda breaking down and the maintenance of it. So I like my Honda. Whereas other people like, oh no, he has to drive a Benz. He has to drive a Porsche. He has to drive XYZ. I think that's picky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the difference too is that, like I said, I think with pickiness, you begin to eliminate so many options because you're so specific. Whereas I think with preference, you have like certain things that you like, but you're willing to, you know, negotiate on certain things. So you would have more options. Like I think of it like kind of like a pizza. So your pizza, your baseline, which would be your standard. So your pizza would be, at the very least, it has to have the tomato sauce, the cheese, and the hand tossed dough. That's your standard. You will not have this pizza unless it have those ingredients. But then when you get to your preference, it'd be like, okay, I have the pizza, but I also prefer olives, black olives and mushrooms on it, and that's your preference. So you're adding those little things. But then the pickiness is, well, I like olives, but I need to have exactly 5 olives and 5 mushrooms on each slice. And I want each slice to be measured at precise angle, like extra, So it's so much to the point that it's like, okay, well, where am I really going to find a pizza shop that's going to sit there and count out my olives, so I'll have exactly 5 olives and 5 mushrooms on each slice, and it's measured. So yeah, could you eventually probably find a shop that does that? But how many people, how many shops are you going to have to go through to find that one that will actually take the time to do it?
And
When
I
you
think also, oh, go ahead. No, sorry. And I think also the women who tend to be more picky are the more delusional. Like, I mean, not to be funny, but usually the ones who they need a large slice of humble pie, like, humble thyself, because you probably should get rid of this and that and this and that, and kind of bring yourself back to more the character traits, the things that are the less physical. And looking at the qualities of the person. Like Tan, for me, I personally look at quality. Yes, I have to be attracted to you, but it's more so what you're doing more than what's coming out of your mouth or what you look like.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of like when we were talking about the pyramid. Like if you're looking at it like the pyramid, I think the delusional part is where you're really at the bottom, but you see yourself at the top, and looking down like, oh, I have all of these choices below me. When reality, you're really at the bottom looking up, and you have fewer choices. And I think a lot of times as women, and I'll even say some men, that we we think that we have so much access to the peak of the triangle.
The delusion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So,
you
so let me
definitely do.
okay. So are we talking basically? Are we talking the peak of the triangle, meaning financial peak of the triangle, or attraction peak of the triangle?
I
Like, what
think
does the peak of the
I think the
triangle look
peak of
like?
the triangle includes all of those, kind of like the conversation that we had before, where it's like women, we want somebody that we're physically attracted to. We want someone that makes, all of this, money, that have these resources. And we want the one that have some, some level of power. We want, so we want all of these things. And it's kind of like, the more and more we add to that, the likelihood of finding that one person that have all of those things are what I would consider the peak of the triangle. Are they there? But they're the unicorns. They're that 1%. And everybody at the bottom is vying for that 1% when you're missing out on everybody else that's, on your way up the triangle. You bypass so many other opportunities to try to get to that 1%.
Right. So let me ask you a question. So give me, can somebody give me a not a pizza scenario, a scenario of a general what you see today type pickiness. Okay.
I mean, your analogy was really good, mistaken.
I love it, but I was trying to picture the olives. And
I was right there in the pizza shop with you, counting olives.
All right. So as the
There.
bottom line of the pizza would be basic things that would make the relationship work, like
I want to hear from
specific characteristics.
listen, you said people are
Mhm.
overlooking certain things. I want to know what qualities, like what you see on an everyday basis, some of the things that you may hear or you may see that you feel like is people being picky.
Okay. So if I start with the bottom line of specific like standards, right? My non-negotiables, it would be
I want you just to say picky.
okay, only picky. Okay. My picky would be, well, I have to give you a baseline first to show you the difference between
Oh
what
my
the picky
God,
would.
it's
No, no, no,
always
listen.
the
So
same
I'm
here.
Climbing it up.
my baseline would be you have to have a job, right? that's the
No, so
that's
let's
the
just get to
standard.
the top. The
But
job.
the picky aspect would be at that job, I need you to make six figures, and that six figures have to be at least 500 and above. To me, that's picky.
So you hear women saying, "Oh, my man has to make $500,000 and above."
It may not necessarily. I also have to look at the category of women that they're in. Kind of like Cece said, that sometimes we're can be delusional. But like right. So in that essence, some women think that they can get that. That's why they're going after NBA players. That's why they're going after NFL players, because for them that is attainable. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So I would definitely say that would be an example of being picky. I want six figures, but the six figures have to be at least 500 and above.
I think this goes back to the conversation we had with Anton, and I called them the Lapeef, what was it, the Lapeef lobby?
You have to tell everybody the whole conversation so that
Right. No, but it's the context. I could condense it. The context was about those women who strive to have men who have high financial status. Like, they don't make a certain amount of money, but they strive for the six figure and above, or $250,000. That's where we had landed, is the high value man definition. Like that was Anton. Anton's example was like, if you make $250,000 or higher, then you could be considered a high value man if you have the other attributes that go to that. So why would it not be a preference for a woman to want somebody who makes that much money? Like, that is going to be something that I strive for because I want to be provided for. And he's like, so what's the issue with that? So I think it ties into what you're saying, Mistaken. Like, that could be someone's preference, because it's like, hey, I want to be taken care of. I want to be completely in my femininity and just sit back and have someone take care of me. And in order for that to happen, I need to strive for a man who makes this much money.
I agree, but I think again that goes to lifestyle. So there's a difference. You can find somebody that is making, if you want six figures, that may be making $100,000, and they can still afford to buy a home. And depending on the lifestyle that you have, manage the money very well, and you can be an at-home wife. But the life that you live at a 100,000 versus the life that you would live at a 500,000 is still two totally different lifestyles.
Sure, no, picky is definitely 500,000. Like,
right. So that's what I'm saying. I think as women, we can strive to definitely say this is what we prefer.
Right. I just think we should be just very conscientious on saying the six figures is considered like picky, like that could be a woman's preference, especially if she's in that demographic where she is making six figures or more. And that's, something that she desires. Then I personally wouldn't look at her and say, oh, that's picky. But
I agree. But
that the chances of you finding this particular person probably will be a lot less.
So let's okay. So I understand what you're saying, Christine, but I think that what I made a mistake in doing before when we were talking about the 43,000 is I think you're thinking from a standpoint of an Atlanta or in a New York, but you remember not everybody lives in these cities. So when we're talking in general, let's just be real. If you live in Alabama or a small town, 100,000 is hard to come by.
Right, your environment matters.
But I get what you're saying. If you're around these people, absolutely. But because our listeners aren't necessarily in Atlanta, or they're not necessarily in New York or the Chicagos or places where you can make this amount of money, that we have to speak.
Right. No, I definitely agree with that. But I think we also have to be conscious. Yes, I think you'd be delusional if you live in a small town and was like, I'm demanding this of something that's not in your environment. But
you have no access to because there is
I think your standards and preference are going to change based on your environment. You should, but my thing is when we were talking about before, if you're in the hood, you should aspire to want something better than that. So I don't think it's anything wrong with setting your preference or even your standards at a level that's okay, I'm striving to get out the hood. So whoever I meet, I either already want them to be out the hood or on that same path of striving to get out the hood too. So I definitely think your preferences are going to change based on your experience and your exposure in your environment. So absolutely.
Going back to what you were asking, Shantae, I think pickiness can be perceived as a woman who is materialistic per se, wanting a man to have a Rolex, different high-end cars, all brand name, big brand shoes. Those things could possibly contribute to you missing out on your dream beau, right? Sometimes you do have men who may not drive to, I think, was it Mistaken may have been saying, someone was saying maybe he drives a Honda, right? You've got plenty of men who walk around, for example, here in Atlanta, who wear t-shirts and jeans, and they keep their money in their pocket as opposed to putting it in a car that depreciates. So maybe that could be considered as picky, right? You're so picky and stuck on materialistic things that you miss the forest for the trees.
Yeah, no, I was just having a conversation. I can't remember who I was talking to, but the particular guy we were discussing, he drives a Kia, right? Kia's kind of not a car that most people oh, he drives a Kia. But to that point, they were like, no, oh, it was my cousin. My cousin, he's an accountant. And I couldn't remember who I was talking to. Sorry, we having conversations. Cousin is an accountant. And he says there's a gentleman who comes in and he manages his books. The guy is 28. He's like, Christina, you would never know that this man is a millionaire. He wears khakis. He wears Bobo sneakers. He drives an old car that's just on its last limb, 300,000 miles, and has a roommate. But he's a millionaire. He's 28. So, judging based on that being the financial status based on looks, I think it's not smart, especially because I travel a lot and I have conversations with people, and it'll be doctors who are wearing, regular clothes. They're not all dressed up in suits and ties and everything. They're like, oh, well, there's people who work in IT who are like, well, right now I'm heading to China to have a meeting. And it's Well, what do? You look like a regular basic guy, but these are people who the movers and the pushers. They don't have a certain look, when it comes to name brands and shoes and watches and Rolexes, and they have the first of everything, like there are people who go out, like a new iPhone comes out. I gotta go get the new iPhone right now. Like, I have to have that new iPhone. And it's like, well, what's the point? Your old iPhone works perfectly fine until Apple starts doing craziness and then forces you to upgrade. But that it just doesn't make any sense to me that people be so materialistic, like Tan said. By the way,
well, I think that's because it's like they're attracted to new money. Flashy.
And the flashy ones are the brokest.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you don't know any better, you wouldn't know those things. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you're on a prowl and you don't know that that's not how real wealthy people really roll, then of course that's what you're looking for, So I get what you're right.
And just to add one other thing, picky is also rigid, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're so rigid that you're possibly unwilling to compromise, right? You got your sticklers. You're rigid.
Mm-hmm.
If the person doesn't have this, that, and that, then you're out. Next.
Mm-hmm.
We can be too picky. We can use that picky and rigid word, both of those words interchangeably.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I'm not going to change because I want this. I used to be that person, had to be over 6 foot. And then a piece of humble pie came in front of me and said the average man is 5'9". So what are you going to do? Are you going to say, I'm not going to be in that middle of the bell curve and I'm just going to go the outliers and try to figure out? I mean, I'm sorry, that was a nerdy analogy because I'm thinking about the exponential curve. But anyway.
Spot on.
Some people don't know about exponential curves, so that's why.
This is a great platform.
So I am a nerd deep down inside, but I thought about that. There's a lot of averages that you have to consider, like the average height is 5'9", the average salary is this, the average size of his erected situation is
what?
5 inches. Like these are all like true stats. So you gotta humble yourself when it comes to certain things and not be so picky.
So Cece, is that real? Is that a real average?
That's a real average. It's 5 inches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that bad? I mean, y'all want it bigger than that?
I'm just asking. I've never heard that was.
Some people are picky, Shantae.
Like, what you with that thing?
Some people are picky, Shantae, and require a lot more. And we are not judging the depths of their vagina, okay?
Come on, small men. I take it.
This is like 5 inches.
That is like 5 inches. Yeah, that's the average. So keeping all of
that out to 5 inches.
All of
what was that? A remote?
It's like keeping
my ticket to get into my garage from my car.
Oh.
Stop it. I did not mean to digress.
I'm happy that you had that on hand to put some visual, because we're visual people. Can you hold it up again? Can you hold it up this way?
Oh my gosh.
That is the average.
That's cool.
I usually have a ruler on my desk, so I was looking for the ruler, but then I saw this and I was like, this will do. This looks like about 5 inches.
But I think we do that the rigidity of not wanting to change. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I think when you're younger, when I was younger, I mean, they had to be this. I had a list. I did like X, Y, Z. I'm this, that, this. Now I'm like in my 30s, and it's like, oh no, that's not important. That's not important. That's not important. But it's the women who aren't willing to say, let me go ahead and break this list down and get rid of the things that aren't important.
So it goes back to, what we were talking about as non-negotiables, right? When you're in your 20s, you should have non-negotiables that may be a little bit different than when you're in your 30s versus your 40s versus your 50s, and we'll stop there. Non-negotiables change. Right. Mm-hmm. And that's okay. We evolve.
Yeah, because you're in a different stage of your life. What you need in your 20s is totally different from your 30s, 40s, Okay, so since we're gonna jump the gun anyway, so maybe we should have started with standard. What do you think is the basic standard And I know that this changes per person.
Standards as in like non-negotiables, like I'm
Non-negotiable.
vetting you and you have to have these things.
Yes.
Core qualities, values, ethics, morals, for sure. Those are basic standards. You have to have a sense of, loyalty. If I can't trust you, that's gone. Standards, a good communicator. Communication is the base of all relationships, no matter what kind of relationship you have. People, oftentimes it was, it's said, oh, well, people have issues or people get divorced when it comes to sex or finances. My perspective is a little bit different. I believe it's the communication about sex, the communication about finances, not necessarily those specific topics. No matter what issue relationships encounter, if you can communicate through them, you can probably work through them if both people are willing to communicate. So, those to me are standards, morals, values, ethics, the core characteristics.
You got to have financial responsibility. Like, especially living in Atlanta, that's like one of the top of my list. Like financial responsibility, because there are people who are doing well that are not financially responsible, right? Like they still are living paycheck to paycheck, and I don't feel like they should be, because it's like you make a certain amount of money, but you just blow it on stupid stuff. So that has nothing to do with a paycheck. That is just financial responsibility. Top of my list. Communication is also at the top of my list. Having a plan, like you said, top of my list. Intimacy is important. So also that falls in line with what Tan said. Communication about what your sexual needs are and being clear about the things that you want and the life that you want to have. So communication definitely still top of my list. Some might find this to be picky, but I work out a lot. So I want somebody who has a conscious mind about health. Not so much about like you have to have
picky at all.
Not to say that you have to work out every day. It's a prep. It's a no.
I think that can be a baseline. You want somebody,
that can be that.
That's her baseline.
Listen, that's her. That can be
my baseline.
Yes, that can be your baseline.
Mm-hmm. That's her baseline.
And then also what type of provider you are. Like, how has that been seen? Like your interactions with family, friends, those type of dynamics are important to me. So yeah, those are my foundations and my standards.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else want to talk about their standards?
I can kind of add to that, like what it has. Well, I mean,
you don't have to state yours, but what do you think?
No. I was gonna say which I would say, like Tan had mentioned before, that standards do change, and the older you get, the more life experience you have, then you begin to add to what your bottom line standards are, what your purposes are, and stuff like that. One of the things that I know, if like, let's say something ever happened and I became widowed and now I'm back on the market looking, for a mate, one of the things that I know I can't do without is intellectual, like, openness. Like I have to have somebody that is smart, that's going to intrigue me, because the older you get, the more important dialogue and communication becomes, right? And so I also don't want somebody who is so rigid in their thinking that they're not open to learning new things or open to new points of perspectives or opinions or the way of seeing the world or a situation. I definitely don't think that I can do without, now that I know what that is, because I grew up in an environment where we were so religious. So everything that we were taught was kind of seen through the eyes of religion. And it is such a narrow, I guess, view of the world. And then I meet my husband, who, he studies religions, and, just for the sake of knowing and wanting to be able to interact with different people. So no matter who he meets, it's like, I can meet you at some level of understanding about something that's very personal to you and learn from you. And so that kind of opened my eyes up a lot, just in terms of learning and being open to new ideas. So I don't think I can go back to such rigid thinking now. So that would definitely become a standard of mine.
Anybody else want to share standards? Or it doesn't have to be your standard. It could be just what do you think that, I mean, Mistaken just stated what she would want if she were a widow. But what do you think? As you're a married woman, Tanya, you were once married. What do you think should be a non-negotiable from your experience?
Me or Tan?
Both of y'all.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tan.
So I'll go back to communication. That is for sure a non-negotiable. You have to be a good communicator. I'll still go back to, there are lots of obstacles, I'll call them, that you run into in marriage. And some things are small, but the small things can become elevated if you don't communicate about them. Sometimes you've got one party that likes to keep things in or not say anything. And then the issue can balloon, if you will, or if you're not being satisfied, if you're not happy about the finances, if you're not happy about the woman spending so much money on purses and you're just about to blow a gasket because you're trying to save for, college for the kids or to go on this vacation. Communication is definitely really, really important. Of course, you got your other aspects. The financial aspect is important. Responsibility, loyalty, trust. Trust is something that is very hard to earn once broken. So trust is also something that's truly important in a relationship, in a marriage.
And I would just like to piggyback off of what Tam said. Tam said, not just communication, but I would say honest communication. Honesty, truthfulness is a huge thing for me. And I believe that that's the foundation I think we established early on in our relationship. And that has been something that has been passed along to our kids. Like not to say that my kids have never lied, kids do, but just in general, I cannot stand liars. So honesty is so huge. So when in communication, we've always said good, bad, or indifferent. I want to know rather than not know. Don't lie to me. My kids would do stuff and I'm like, they would get in more trouble for lying about it than whatever the actual act was. And that's just a thing that I guess I've been like that ever since I was younger. Like I didn't lie. I'm like, well, yeah, I hung out later than I was supposed to. I wanted to party, and it came off as just being like, yeah, smart aleck, I guess. But it was more along the lines, I didn't lie well. You know what I'm saying? If I get caught, I know I'm gonna get in trouble anyway. So why not just be upfront and just deal with the consequences? And that was kind of what I taught my kids. Like when you do the time, just understand that you have to deal with the consequences that come along with it. That's what part of being responsible means. So
So you're saying that as long as he's honest, he doesn't have to be attractive. He doesn't have financial. He doesn't have to have, because all I heard was just be honest.
No, I said to piggyback off what she said with that one comment.
But I want to know what your standards are. I don't want standards.
Yeah, an attraction, but like me, my attraction can change. I can be attracted to for the most part, anything about a person if it's genuine, if they're nice, if they're caring. I mean, I'm not gonna say I want to oogly moogly, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, like I keep it real, but average looks I'm okay with. You don't have to be a 10. But if your personality is a 10, I'm going to be physically attracted to you because that's what would turn me on. The way that, you move. I like somebody to have like I said, honesty, definitely integrity. Of course, they have to have a job and be a hard worker. And when I say a job, I don't mean like not to knock anybody that, works at, I don't know, McDonald's or something like that. But, I mean, as a cashier, if you own in a McDonald's, whatever, that's something different. Right. That's something different. But definitely somebody that's fiscally responsible. Definitely somebody that is respectful to themselves and to the people that they, are around. And I definitely, like I said, somebody that have some kind of intellect. And I would say those would be my standards. And I think most people would meet that requirement as my baseline is non-negotiables.
Can I add
Okay.
one?
Yes, please.
Mental health. Like how you handle where you've been with your traumas. What have you done to deal with those traumas? I mean, everybody has things that they've gone through, right? Like, how are you handling that? Do you have aggression that comes out in ways, and anger that comes out in ways, displaced anger because you have things that you haven't dealt with? So that is going to be a non-negotiable for me too.
Yeah, and emotional and I know that's the new key term, but emotional intelligence, that for me is a non-negotiable too.
To kind
Della,
of
go ahead.
piggyback off what Cece was saying, I think it's important. Like, everybody says like, what are your love languages? For me, I think it's important to explore what are your fight languages as well, to be able to identify how to navigate areas of conflict. And so, relationships are always really fun and games when things are nice and things are great. And then when shit hits the fan, it's like, whoa. So, for me, it's really important to be able to identify how you like to navigate conflict. Would you like to disassociate? Do you need a minute? Do you need some time? Would you rather talk this out? Like, what are the ways that you are able to tune in with yourself when you're having conflict, and how can we navigate it together? Because I feel like, so many people get caught up in just like the love languages. Like, I feel like that was like, it like took over for like a whole decade where everybody, like, that's the only thing that people talk about when it comes to relationships. And it's just like, relationships aren't only ups, there's a lot of valleys. And so learning how to navigate those areas.
And to piggyback on what Della is saying, that is good. And it goes back to communication about those things, right? If the man says, when we get to a point where things have escalated, I need a moment, I need to walk away, right? If you communicated about that, then the woman knows, okay, he's got to walk away. He's not being disrespectful, right? He doesn't want things. Once you say things, you can't unsay them. So he doesn't want to get to a point where he is, exploding, or he's at a point where he's just seeing red. If he needs to walk away, I know that in advance because we've communicated about it, and I can respect that. Give him his moment and know that we'll return and have a civil conversation.
All right. Any more standards?
No, I think we covered.
That was the baseline. That's what y'all had. That's what y'all's baseline is.
Baseline.
Right, y'all. No.
No. If you summarize,
y'all sound like cookie cutter. I'm reading a book. Okay, so be.
No, if you
I don't agree with that, because someone told me my standards are my baseline or standards higher than Chief Keef. So I think clearly I got way too many. So clearly mine are not cookie cutter.
I mean, I think that it's we know that people want honesty. We know we want loyalty. I think that's across the board. Loyalty, honesty, good character. That's what we want.
Leadership.
But I think that's baseline.
Yeah, but people ain't picking that.
Well, we're not on picky yet. But that's why I think like mistaken the idea of the pyramid. I don't know if that's a good analogy, because the pyramid would be the bottom of the foundation, right? Like,
yes.
So, if you can't just reach to the top of the pyramid, right? You have to climb it. So I don't know if like that's the best analogy for someone who's picky, Well, maybe it is because they're just trying to reach the top and that's impossible. Is that kind
Right. It's a process. A lot of times we're starting at the top. And I think it all depends on the position that you're in that triangle. Are you the chooser or the choosee, right? So if you're the choosee and you're already like meet those let's say the category of that 1%, like as a woman or as a man, like for women, I guess like a lot of men say, oh, fit, feminine and submissive and whatever. I would think that they will probably have more of an opportunity to reach that 1% in terms of being chosen, right? But the person that's doing the choosing have to be realistic about what level they're at on that pyramid. So if you are like, okay, when I had looked up a study, it was saying that people tend to pick mates that are close to their own self-assessment of their own attractiveness and desirability, right? So if you're not honest about your own self-assessment and your own desirability, you'll really be that person that's at the bottom of the pyramid, but have the expectations of a match that's at the top of the pyramid. And that doesn't really work. You understand what I'm saying? So I guess that's what they're saying in terms of the delusional aspect.
I think it's delusion to be able to tell people who they're gonna pick. Who's gonna pick who? I think that's all delusion. Because at the end of the day, you have people of all different types who pick different people for whatever reason. If I close my eyes, while it makes sense, I would have never thought a billionaire would pick Bill Gates' wife. Or if I close my eyes, half of the women that are being chosen to be these, they don't fit the mold that we're trying to make it seem. You understand? So it's just about, you could be that person, you could not be that person. The delusion comes when you say, okay, I'm going to wait for this person because I know he's going to pick me, and you don't talk to anybody else. That's where the delusion comes in. You understand? Does that make sense?
Right, absolutely.
So when we're talking about when we're talking about standard, I just wanted to get a little deeper than what we're talking about, because I just feel like we're tiptoeing around because it sounds right. You understand? It's not saying that it's wrong, because I think that everybody on here wants what they're saying that they want. But when we look into the reality of things, we step outside of ourselves and look at what's going on. A lot of people who are chosen do not have great character. People are with cheaters, which means the honesty is out of the door. There are so many things that people are choosing these people as, I guess, their standard. And I don't feel like they're being picky, because I feel like the people they're choosing, I mean, pookies, right? Whatever people like to call them. So I think that sounds good. And I think that we're mature and we know that these are the great things, but let's just talk in generalization, like the general. What do you think the standard, like on the, am I making any sense here?
You are, but don't ask me what I want specifically and then be like, you're
right. General.
But I think it's deeper than that. Let me say why I say it's deeper than that. Because, okay, it's not hard to find a person who's mentally, like the mental health. And then you stated who works out. Everybody, the gym is full of men. Or the man who is honest. But it's a lot of honest men who go to the gym that are not chosen. Let's just be honest. So it's a lot deeper than just those types of things. You understand?
So piggybacking on what you just said, going back to what I said, that attractiveness, right? Like maybe you work out, maybe you're honest, but maybe I'm just not attracted to you, for whatever reason. I mean, because I hate to repeat the same things, but again, that's my standard. That may not be somebody else's standard. And then Shantae, you did mention standards about certain things like women being with men who cheat, who aren't loyal, and this, that, and the other. I'm not sure that it's one and the same, right? A lot of women have standards, but women compromise, or one may say women settle, right? You can have those standards, but it doesn't mean you end up with a person. Or maybe your eyes weren't open because you liked a certain characteristic about that person. Maybe he made you laugh. Maybe he spent money on you and bought you lavish things. Maybe you were closed-minded when it came to certain things and you overlooked certain aspect of this person because you liked other aspects, and it turned out to be that, yeah, the man was a cheater or wasn't loyal, or wasn't honest about certain things. So maybe the women do have standards, but you settle or you compromise because of other things that are being displayed in the relationship.
I
Or
think
it
it
could
goes back
also
to
depend
not
on
knowing
what
what they
stage
want.
you were in, because the man could have, or the mate, male or female, could have displayed certain characteristics or standards that you have in the initial dating phase, and then now you're involved in a relationship, and as you begin to become, I guess, more committed and involved in a relationship, that the facade begins to wear off, and now you're seeing, oh, that this person really isn't as honest as I thought they were, or they're not as loyal as I thought they were. All of those characteristics that you found to be important were displayed at a certain stage of the relationship, and then it begins to change.
So,
Go
so
ahead.
to piggyback on what you're saying, because a lot of people are not married. So when he cheats, a lot of times that happens when you're not married. So there's no attachment there. So it should be easy just to say, you know what, my heart is broken. Absolutely. But he's a cheat. Let me walk away. But that's not happening.
But cheating is not everybody's standard. Some people don't mind if the person that they're with have relations outside of them, because
Right.
their
So,
other standards may be around something else that they deem to be more important.
so let me rephrase this question. Do you think that the standards, we know what standards should be, but do you think that the common woman, the standards today, don't have anything to do with character? They have everything to do with superficial.
So I was about to say, again, women don't know what they want. So it's showing in the relationships that they're entering. I also think a lot of women aren't vetting, and they're not vetting properly if they are vetting, and they're ending up in situations where they're falling for the okie doke, what he was telling me versus what he was showing me. So I'm going to be with this person and I'm going to trust the things that he's saying, because we're more emotional. Like, he made me feel good, so because he made me feel good, I'm going to give him all of me. Right? So I think that falls into play. And then we've talked about this before, some women love toxic situations. They have affinity to toxicity. So the more toxic it is, the more I'm going to follow this man. So I think there's a lot of things that play a part in the decisions and the things that we're seeing in the general community versus the women on this panel.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to? No. Nobody wanted to say anything about that. Okay, well, we hear that. Okay, so let me ask you this. So, I just asked that. Do people believe people are too superficial when it comes to love? I guess that was y'all's answer. Aren't most so we're talking about being superficial, but aren't most of the things that we talk about on the panel based on being superficial? For example, weight, that's superficial, right?
Is it?
Huh?
Is weight superficial?
I mean, if you want her to be a certain size, absolutely it is. Because when I say weight, because most of the time you're not saying weight because you want her to be healthy. You're saying weight because you want her to look good. That's superficial. Now, if you're saying I want you to be your healthiest self, then that's absolutely different. But most people who say that aren't their healthiest self.
Right.
So,
No, I'm completely an advocate that the things that you have preferences for, you should also be living. I'm a complete advocate for that. If you want the woman who is a bottle-shaped figure, then you should
Look
also,
really good in some hoochie daddy shorts.
baby, like when you take that shirt off, there better not be no titties. There better not be no belly. I mean, ask and you should, if you're asking for that, you should also be representing that as well. Like, same with, I actually was having a conversation recently. This particular gentleman, they have a great career. And that was how he was. Oh, what's that?
I had to, man. It's freezing right now.
That's how he was picking. I have a certain professional career, so I'm picking a woman that also has that same professional career. You know, what he was finding was that those particular women were more difficult to work with and have relationship with when it comes to that cooperation and being able to be on the same page. So, I mean, that was his preference though. But could you be mad about that being his preference if he also has professional degrees? So, Shantae, I would say wait. Yes, some people like my favorite person in the world, Scam Likely, how he goes in about women with weight. Child, that like I think that's his preference, and he's allowed to have that preference because Scam is not a big guy.
Yes, he's a very fit. Yeah,
he's a very lean man. But I think the way that he discusses the topic is a little bit much. But again, he fits the bill. He's not a big guy, so hey, I don't have to be with a big woman.
So you're saying that as long as you match, it's okay to
absolutely
request.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's like saying that you want someone that's honest, but you're a liar. So it's like it doesn't add up. So I would have to agree with C. You know, you attract what you are, and so you know if you don't like what you're getting, I suggest you take a good look in the mirror.
Yeah, and it also says too, like women, honestly, like I was doing some research around this, and it says that women in general do tend to have higher standards than men when they are choosing, partners. But the common characteristics when choosing a mate has a lot to do with what you guys were saying. We tend to pick mates who are similar to us, right? Or value, like we'll value, physical attractiveness and, status. So if you're at a certain status, then 9 times out of 10, you're going to be looking for someone that's within that same level of status or maybe a little above. When women tend to pick men that are above them in a lot of areas, like in finances, they want somebody that makes more than they do. In intelligence, they want somebody that is smarter than them. In attractiveness, they want somebody that's maybe more attractive than they are. So women do typically have higher standards when choosing a mate or selecting a mate.
I think I can kind of understand why, though, when you think about the polarities of like masculine and feminine, and when you think about the roles that those energies take on, it's like the protector, the provider, devoted, he's a leader, so those are like, I feel like some qualities and aspects in roles of the masculine that the feminine is magnetized to. And so when you talk about women wanting to, look up to their spouse, to their husband, for example, why would a woman want to follow their husband's lead if all he talks is like nonsense? You know what I mean? He doesn't have a track record that is worthy of her following him. So why would she listen? But when you really think about it, what woman wouldn't want to like listen to her man or know that like her spouse has it taken care of, where it's like, okay, this is what we're doing, this is where we're going, you can put your feet up, kick back, relax, and know that everything is taken care of. And so, when you think about that dynamic, I think it makes sense that women would have a little bit higher of standards because, of the role that the masculine plays in their life.
I think also, though, when it comes to that, we have to keep in mind that there's a lot of delusional women that think they are of a certain status that they're not in. So when we talk about, I want the same things, there are women who feel like they have certain things that they align with, but they're not really. Does that make sense? They're here.
Give examples so we can understand.
Yeah.
Give examples for clarity, please.
Clarity. Clarity. Okay, prime example. Attraction, the way, I mean, we all feel that we're beautiful people. Like, I look in the mirror, I'm like, you are gorgeous. Now, am I a 10? There are people who think they're a 10. I don't believe I'm a 10. I don't think I'm an ugly person, but I don't think I'm a 10. I think I fall somewhere comfortably in the middle of, she's not bad to look at, but she's not, that's where I lay.
Mhm.
But there are women who are like, I deserve this 10 man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, does a 10 man really exist though?
No, that's delusional. I don't think there's no such thing as a perfect person.
Okay, carry on.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, women who have embellished lifestyles. I wear a Louis, Gucci, Fendi, So now I have to find the man who wears Gucci, Lynn, Fendi, all the brands. That is a woman, and not the man. I mean, the man who could afford it, right? Like, not the man who's just flexing, the man who could afford it. So I think that falls in the same category of like, no, you're not on the same page as that man. You're not.
But why but you're not giving me give me let me visualize. You know, if you're reading a book, you can visualize it.
What is it? See, I can't see it.
A delusional woman.
Like, what?
I don't want to see. I don't want to say something I can't take back. That's what I'm trying not to.
Look like?
I think so. If I'm interpreting it correctly, if you're saying, are you like referencing like delusional women in the sense where it's like you feel like you have access to somewhere that you don't?
Correct. Yeah.
Because I feel like access.
That's the way to put it. See, Della, you're my filter.
I'm glad today. I'm so glad. Della, thank you.
Della, thank you. You're my filter, because I was about to say, I was like, oh, you can't take that back.
I felt something coming out, see?
You told me like those wheels were turning, like, no, you can't say that. No, you can't say that. Now you're struggling on live and Shantae's trying to force you to say it. And I can't say it. So Della, this is why
Look at her in the bag, egging it on.
People in the chat like, say it. Say it.
Go ahead. No, people, they need to hear it. Go ahead, say it.
I think access looks different. Like, to Cece's point, you have like access when it comes to like finances. And then you also, like, for example, I think we had this conversation last week or the weekend before where it was like, you have the girl that's in the hood and wants to have access to, the 6-7 figure man. And it's like, well, you can have access, but you're going to have to level yourself up first before you can get to that level. Like, you have to get to that level first before you can gain access to that man or to that woman. So in that sense, I think you have like the financial aspect. I also think, there's other qualities when we're talking about access. It's like the quality of the individual. At the live show, they were talking about, like high value and high quality, where it's like, okay, we can have access monetarily, and then we can also have access with characteristics and with qualities. Just because you have one doesn't mean that you have the other. And I guess for the individual, you really have to decide, what is most important to you. And just kind of move from there. But I would say that those would be, from my perspective, like 2 examples of like access points. Mm-hmm. Because not all men care about women being financially astute. Financially stable men that can provide for an entire household don't look for a woman to be financially astute. It's probably one of the last things, because for them, it really takes her out of her feminine essence that he wants her to be in, for her to have to,
well, even if he's not like make a whole lot of money, just men in general, that finances, women having finances is never necessarily a consideration when they're choosing a partner. And it doesn't matter what level of income they're at. That's just not something they particularly seek out when they're trying to choose a partner. It is saying that men typically are looking, I guess it's just instinctively, like, I guess evolutionary in aspects of choosing a mate, especially if they want to have kids that look healthy, that are so they are going to value physical characteristics in terms of looks and stuff like that. Those are the the characteristics that they associate with being able to bear children. So I think men are looking for characteristics in terms of bearing children, like youthfulness and beauty and stuff like that. Whereas women are looking at those things that are going to be passed on when they have kids. So they're going to be concerned about things like intellect, because,
I
if
took that differently. I thought you were going to say something different. I thought you were going to say that women are looking more so for uh, the man that can provide the safety for that legacy to kind of,
yeah, that too, in terms of they're looking for the man that's going to be able to provide those resources to maximize those chances that the children is going to grow up and, like, with the most advantages.
yeah.
So they are going to consider things. They will consider physical looks of the man. They want a man that looks healthy, that looks strong, because again, the physical characteristics of protection. So somebody that looks strong, somebody that has intelligence, because that can be passed on, to your kid. They want somebody that's going to have ambition, because those are characteristics that show that you're going to continue to work towards provision, things like that. So I think that's why our standards are much higher, because men are just, I know this is just very basic. I know they need more than that, but they are looking to procreate, where women are protecting the type of children that they're going to have, like, from that, procreation of passing down certain genes. So they're going to consider, like you said, mental health. They're going to consider certain, family diseases that may be in the partner's family, because they don't want to pass that down. So we do have to have a higher standard when we know we're going to be having children.
Anybody else want to add? I want to say to the access thing. I know that we were talking about the high percent. Let's just be honest. When you're talking about a wealthy man, so to speak, most of those men date within a clique, meaning they like referrals. They usually like women who, like, somebody knows, somebody who's a part of their network, somebody who's a part of their clique. And like I said before, if you go to a seminar full of CEOs, there's a difference between the wife who carries on the legacy and the trophy wife who he married after he got a divorce. Two different people. He may have a child with their trophy wife because she wants a child, but he's already gotten his legacy out of the way. And that woman looks a whole lot different than the trophy wife. Two very different. And I think so much we focus so much on the trophy wife and not on the legacy wife, okay? Because she's of a certain pedigree. First and foremost. Second, when it comes to average, because let's just be real, we're not all going to marry within a wealthy family. When it comes to average, what I see is when you are young, you make stupid mistakes. You go off of looks. Because at that point, you guys are all on the same level, and you're thinking, well, he's going to be this, he's going to be that, and you end up being with this guy only to find out he is a pookie. You just didn't know he was a pookie because
I knew mine were pookie. I just didn't want to have acceptance.
well, and we're speaking in hindsight because we're all older, but we know that there's a guy, that some people are dating, because I see kids now, and I call them kids even though they're adults in their 20s, and they're dating their counterparts, and we can see that he's a pookie, but for whatever reason they can't see that he's a pookie. All they see is that he's sweet too, he has dreams, he's gonna make it, blah 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 blah. And then you're with them, and then later on, fast forward, you just had a child with Pookie. you know? And let's just be honest, nobody knows how a person is going to father or mother until they have a child. Because we can think a person is a great person and they end up being a sucky father, or a great mom and she realized mothering is just not for her. Okay. And you may get an indication beforehand, but there are people who find out that they have no nurturing to them after they have a child. And the same thing with men. So sometimes, especially at that age, when you're talking about 22, 23, 24, sometimes it's kind of hard to tell who is who. Would y'all not agree with that?
I would say
that's how people end up with these guys, and it's like you look back, he was like, "Oh my God, that was a lesson."
I think it's all reflective on the person, and looking back on it, it's a lesson because you learned from that space. When I look back on my past and I look back on behaviors and patterns, and I'm like, okay, that was clearly indicative of A, B, and C, or like, okay, you're not very intimate with me. Like, I don't get that intimacy that I need. I don't get that safety net that I need from you. Why would I think that you would ever be able to have the capacity to give that to our children? But when you don't have the capacity to understand that for yourself, I think that it's really easy to bypass those qualities in other people. And so I would say, I can definitely understand where you're like, you don't see it, and you don't see it because you just don't see it.
Well, because I think you need help. I think that's where
1000%. It's definitely a learned skill. Unfortunately, these skills aren't being taught, and so you have young men and young women, to y'all's point earlier, vetting for all of the superficial, materialistic, just unsustainable qualities in people that just they don't foster healthy relationships. Or interdependent relationships. And so I think it stems from that. And to your point, you live and you learn. Ideally, it would be best to where people are raised in homes where they're learning that at home, rather than having to go out and make these long lasting mistakes. Some of these girls and some of these guys are out here, they're, to your point, having children at a very young age, and they don't know better. So they don't even know that they have the capacity to do better. So, having that foundation at home really helps.
Oh, and is that the foundation at home, and also having your parents, a lot of times we like to take our parents out of our dating process. Our mom may see the red flags and she'll say, "Hey, look, something ain't right." And you just like, but I'm in love with him or I'm in love with her. And so we kind of make the decision on our own, even though our elders are pretty much telling us like, that is not the one, but they respect your decision. Don't you think that happens a lot? Like they go to the family reunion, you bring that girl to the family reunion, and everybody's like,
I think it happens too much, honestly. Like I personally don't like it. One of the things that I have found to be really helpful for myself is understanding that I'm enough, and that how I feel is enough, and I don't need validation or input from anybody else. And a lot of the times it ends up confusing you even more, because now I have to weigh what you think and what this person thinks and what that person thinks. And so for me, I think it's really important that we ground ourselves in whatever it is that we're experiencing before we start letting other people into whatever it is that you have got going on, because a lot of some of the times people have hidden agendas. You know what I mean? Like they just don't like that person, so it's a biased opinion. They're not really giving you their input for your best interest. It's for their interest. And so it's important to understand how it is that you're feeling, what it is that you're experiencing, gaining clarity on that before you just allow too many outside sources to come in.
Okay. Would your parents not want what's best for you though?
So it's not that they wouldn't want what's best, but it doesn't always mean that you know what's best. You're not me and I'm not you, and we have our own paths, and understanding that is really important.
That seemed like that came from the heart, Della.
Yeah.
You want
Well,
Yeah.
I agree with Della. I absolutely agree with Della.
Yeah.
The last man in my life brought him home. Everybody loved him. Oh yeah, he's great. That's going to be your husband. You
And he
need
was
to
horrible.
get married and all that jazz. And honey, baby, no. And I mean,
well, I do think
I think I like my uncles vetted him, my daddy vetted him, my aunties, and I mean these are people that are pretty brutal when it comes to so what you about. They're not gonna just ask filtered questions like what are your intentions, like XYZ. You had great answers. Was this man ultimately the person for me? In the end, no. Do you see a ring on my finger?
But
No.
I also think vetting also encompasses spending time. So if you brought your mate around, let's say once or twice, the only vetting process that they are able to do is the talking. So if you have a mate that is good with the gift of gab and knows how to say the right answers or whatever, yeah, you'll get a certain perception. However, the more you bring that person around your family so they can be able to see how this person moves, do the stuff that they were saying align with the stuff that they know what you need as their daughter, or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
What you
I'm
need.
not talking about like one occasion. This is multiple
Yeah.
instances. Like this is it's not like one family gathering.
Even to that point, Mistaken, I don't think anyone knows what you need for yourself more than you. And obviously,
It depends on what age
time.
you are.
And I was just going to say that obviously it takes time to
Right.
get to that point. And, depending on what age you are, you really shouldn't be vetting for, a marriage or a long-term relationship either. And so I think it's important that, focusing on developing those qualities and developing the ability to really understand who you are, what your needs are, what your wants are, to be able to express that and just have a solid understanding of yourself. I mean, it definitely takes time, but, I think like that's like me or your mom or anyone's parents or close siblings thinking that at this stage in the game that they know what's best for you.
Well, I think depending on your age, kind of to speak to the point that what you're saying, you don't know what's best for you. So
Sure.
I think when you're at a certain age, like at 19 or 20, in hindsight, looking back, I would think now that my parents knew more about what I needed versus what I did, because I'm thinking about just self, you know what I'm saying? So my idea of what I would select in a mate was very minimal because I had no experience, I had no idea. But at 20, you couldn't tell me I didn't know what was best for me. Like, I know me better than me, but I realized that there were certain aspects that my parents definitely knew much more about, just because they lived life much longer than I did and had wisdom that I had yet to even begin to develop. I had a limited understanding of what I knew because I had a limited life experience. So I was filtering everything based on what I knew, which was a bunch of nothing. So when I chose, my mate, luckily things worked out. So I guess there was some underlying things that was in him that I didn't realize I was, necessarily attracted to. But at the time when we met, the only thing that I was looking at that point at 18, and when I met him, was the fact that he was fine. I didn't really have any standards. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dang, he looked good. And that was it. Like, that's going to be my man. Like, that's how I felt. And I thought, and then he was nice. He was intelligent. So I was like, oh, I never saw it. Oh, he's so smart. I never had a boyfriend that was that smart, teaching me some things. So for me, my standards were very low. I thought they were standards, but it was based on my lack of experience. But in talking to my parents is more along the lines of looking at things that are going to matter in a relationship. And
I think too, Team Della, you're in your 20s, but you're in your later 20s. So you've had an opportunity we're talking about those kids who are like making decisions at 22, 23, 21, because some people are having kids at that age. So that's what I was talking more so of. So,
Okay.
And we all know, Della, you like kind of jabbed me when you said it speaks to your character. Because in my early 20s, I was going after the guy with golds, and 26.
Girl, you let me hope, honey. You live and you learn. You live and you learn.
Oh, because she's from Florida. Oh.
Don't be blaming it on the fact that I'm from Florida.
It's definitely a Florida thing. It's some people in the chat right now are going to Florida.
Hey, Shawty.
On the bottom?
Oh, they have it at the bottom.
Okay, not the bottom, just the bottom. Okay, we can have it.
No,
or like the two on the side.
I saw a few super chats. I know I missed some, but
we got super chats. Get them
likes.
likes.
Let's get them likes up.
Go ahead.
Oh, Harrison Davis, you know why I'm here. Salute. Hi, Harrison. Thank you so much.
Dr. Steele.
Eugene. Personality is the number one attribute people overlook most times.
That's true.
I don't know about that, Dr. Eugene. You have to have personality. If your personality is not there, I think women are less likely. I mean, you could be fine ugly. You know what I mean?
Now they be choosing them fine guys that are
fine ugly because of that personality. Like there are men who are not attractive, but then that personality comes out, and you're like, ooh.
Like comedians, like a dude who can make you laugh, like a comedian.
Yes.
Just laughed you right in your drawers.
Right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know.
Humor is great though. Humor is a
so important. And there's a lot of men who like if they had a good personality, they'd be winning. But there's people who are unattractive that
humor is great. So I saw this question where it was like, is he funny? Or are you just like laughing at him? Like, is he like really funny? Or is it just like he's funny? Like, have you ever thought like, when you're like, oh, he's so funny?
I don't think I've ever just laughed. Like I pig snorted recently. Like a man made me pig snort, and I appreciate that.
At the dinner table. Listen, and she kept on.
Not the Shannon situation.
I really had to get up and excuse herself.
I'm like, Cece, do you want to get up and excuse yourself?
Not the Shannon situation. I mean, a guy like said something funny. Not Shannon. I was laughing at Shannon's picture. I take that back. I feel bad about it.
That was hilarious.
Shannon, I'm sorry.
It was Shannon. Shannon Rawls.
Shannon Rawls showed us a throwback. And we were meaning to ask him, this is for a whole nother side, because this goes to preference too. Shannon has this picture that I think when he was married, he looked a certain way. And I think we had the question about, was it because of the status of the marriage or because you got comfortable? That was one of the questions that we got to go back with that. But needless to say, the picture made me laugh.
like she could not stop laughing.
It was like, borderline rude. That's the prime example of laughing at him.
But I didn't deny it. I was like,
he was okay with it. He's like, I'm fine now. It's all good.
He glowed up. Shannon glowed up from where he was at.
He did, and that's why he's a coach, so he can get everybody else to do the same thing he did.
Yeah,
completely different. Completely.
I'm sorry. Don't get me laughing about that picture.
Please
again.
don't.
Shannon, send it to me on the inbox so I could just laugh sometimes.
Please don't.
Don't.
Shy 87. Thank you. Cheers to Shantae the panel. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Siobhan, hey.
Hey,
Siobhan. Congo, good evening, Congo.
Okay, here we go. I have a question.
I knew it.
Every time.
Baby, if you're going to use the super chat, just like, I have a question, ladies, : and then put the question.
He be messing with us.
He likes to make a statement.
Make sure you guys get the likes up. I just want to give a shout out to 1997, my protector on the internet.
Oh, he's got a case.
Listen, you come for me, he's got you. I just
Uh-huh.
sit back.
He has a cape. Shantae could do no wrong. 1997 want to take you to a basketball game. He's shooting his shot all night, Shantae.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Shantae, he is shooting his shot, baby. He knows that you want to be courtside.
Oh,
That's the type of woman you are.
I mean, but then I
Know
really
to do it, man. Do it. Shoot your shot.
whatever. Y'all so hilarious. Okay, so we talk about superficial and things that are superficial. I don't even know. I think we got like sidebar with that. What did we say people are way too superficial? Because I can't remember. Do you
I
think
think you're talking, we got away talking about ourselves, and then
Sounds about right.
normal
guys, and we didn't talk about the general public. Sorry.
Do you think that people so let's just recap that. Do you think that people are way too superficial when it comes to picking their mates? Do you think their standards are based off superficial needs for the most part?
I think see that's okay. So we're talking general, because I mean it's very important to talk about where you're at in your life. So I think we got off tangent there when you asked the question. Because
In general, for what you see.
okay, yes, I would say people are more superficial with their choices, and that they don't really use their life experiences to grow from in general. So this is generally speaking. I desire this man that looks a certain way but has no substance. And I continue to go after that same man who, gosh, he just talks in my ear and just makes me feel so bubbly inside. And I just, oh my gosh, I'm gonna continue to look and seek out that same type of man. And that's usually superficial qualities that man is showing you. So yes, I think people still, the general public do, which is probably why a majority of people are single.
I don't know. I think most people, I don't think most people are, I think initially most people are attracted to superficial aspects of a person, because something has to get you in the door. So it may be the physical attraction, it may be the money or what have you. But I think when you're truly trying to be in relation, I think you do end up desiring the the needs aspects of the person.
I'm calling that.
And the reason I say that is even studies show that most people who get married or in relationships are marrying or getting in relationships with other average people. So if we're focused on, if we're saying that most people are like superficial, then I wouldn't think that they would be mating with other average people.
But that's not the majority.
Well, I think
that is the majority.
No, that's the majority in that situation of relationship. But the majority is not in a relationship, and majority is not getting married. So
yeah,
that's
48%.
So that's what I'm saying. Like the majority, the general majority is not. And
so you're saying the majority of single people who are not in relationships.
Right, because the
I was talking about those who end up in relationships.
Right. If you're in a relationship and you're focused and you're vetting and you're choosing right. But I think majority are choosing superficial things and they are overlooking those things, which is why we have these conversations about how do you vet properly, because they're choosing, oh yes, you're right, he looks good, I agree with you, mistaken, he looks good, but they overlook all the other things because, oh, he looks good. So I agree. The majority is not getting married and the majority is superficial and allowing.
I was looking at it from the perspective based on her question. Do you think most people looking at superficial things? And I'm thinking about, well, most people who are together in relationships,
which is fair.
Yeah. So that's where I was coming from. So no, that's Cat.
That's why I said that's Cat, girl. Like, hold on. But
so let me. So anybody else wanted to answer that question before I ask my next question? Is that your cat?
Is that your cat?
Is that Moo screaming?
I've been gone all day, y'all. So she is literally in need of. She's about to climb up. She's in need.
I was about to say she's
Huh?
She needs love and affection.
She does. She's been whining for it all.
I didn't realize cats were
She
like
screams.
that.
Very much so. It's all about how they're raised, the environment that they're raised in. And
How did you raise
I raised her by my side. Like when she was a kid, and I would put my hoodie on backwards. And when I was doing like work at the computer, she would like sleep right here. She's always like slept with me. We're very affectionate. Like we have a really great like I speak her language and she speaks my language, so we're really bonded. So yeah, she's a very affectionate girl, for sure.
Oh, she
Yeah.
screamed for you.
Huh?
She screamed for you.
She does.
That was
Maybe that's why they say become a cat lady, because they scream for you and tell you that you.
And then you don't have to walk them. You know, it's just like it's great. She cleans herself. It's perfect. Not too needy.
Y'all so silly. So let me ask you a question. Let me go into, now that we learned about cats. Let me ask you guys a question.
such a segue.
Perfect time to get them likes up too.
Get the likes up, you guys.
Mumu says get the likes up.
Mumu said that's what that yell was. Mumu said get some likes up.
So I know this wasn't on my list of questions I gave you ladies, but what is compatibility fit in all of this? Compatibility and chemistry fit in all of this. What is the importance of it, and how does that fit? Do you think that that's important as it relates to mating?
Well, do you think compatibility is, which one do you think is more important, compatibility or chemistry?
I think both are able to be developed in the relationship. Like if you're really vetting for like longevity, you're not just choosing somebody that gives you like butterflies and just makes you feel good and looks good. You're looking at other qualities that are sustaining. And so, you know, I think compatibility, no one is the most compatible. Very rarely do you find relationships where both parties are just so compatible, like they just perfect match, like they are good to go. The majority of relationships have to learn each other, and they have to learn how to, you know, learn each other's languages, learn what the other person needs. And so, you know, I think that they're both, you know, learned behaviors in the relationship.
Well, I think that I personally, when I think of compatibility, I'm thinking like we have the same vision on things. Like, for example, if he has a vision, I can follow his vision because I kind of believe the same thing he believes. And it's kind of hard to, what I've learned, especially from this whole, it's hard to change somebody's mentality, the way they think. They think the way they think, and it ain't no change. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not gonna force you, you know. And I think that goes along with compatibility. What are your goals? Making sure we're on the same page on so many other things. You know, of course, there are some stuff we can't cover everything, and you have to go with the flow. But for the most part, just like the basis, like where do you see? Like even when it comes to kids, nobody even sits there and talks about, you know, how we're going to raise our kids, our values, all of those things. Are we compatible as far as, you know, how we're going to raise our children? What that looks like. Nobody talks about things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That really is definitely important, right? Like without going to extremes, because no one's going to be compatible on 100% of anything, but compatibility is definitely important. You know, if you start out and you're polar opposites, chances are, you know, that compatibility, you can't expect compatibility to just, you know, be a magnetic force if you start out polar opposites. So compatibility is truly important. But chemistry is what will take you through the long haul. If you have chemistry with someone and you're also compatible on, you know, a good bit of things, more than likely you're willing to go the distance with the person. You're willing to compromise with the person because you are compatible, or because you do have a chemistry where you understand each other. You're willing to do the small things, like maybe I like these types of movies. Maybe I don't like these type of movies, but I'm willing to go because, you know, we have a chemistry, or we're compatible. Okay, maybe that's not the best example.
Well, what is chemistry? Can y'all define that? Because what I thought chemistry was, it sounds different than what you're
A chemistry is
I
that like
literally just looked it up because I was like, what is this? So
Right.
it's
You always got the definition.
Let me just
Yes,
say,
I
let
have
me-
to.
put our fingers, honey. It says chemistry attraction is a connection or a deep bond between two people, usually characterized by intense feelings of attraction, sexual interest, so forth and so on.
So that's what I was speaking of, going the distance. When you have chemistry, oftentimes the chemistry will take you through to the long haul, right? Because of the chemistry that you have with that person, you're willing to go through some stuff with that person. You've got an innate chemistry, an attraction, a respect, your attraction for a person, and not just the. Of course, we know chemistry is a physical attraction, but not just the physical attraction, but other attractive qualities of that person. If you got a chemistry, there's a deeper connection with that person beyond just the surface level stuff, right? Have you ever felt a chemistry, a close connection with someone that you really felt like you were soulmates, or you felt this tie that you can't really explain, right? And you're probably willing to do some things for that person because you do have this connection with this person, a bond with this person, and you're willing to do more things than you probably are with someone who you really just don't have that great of a chemistry with.
but let's just keep in mind that you can have chemistry with somebody and not be compatible with
Very
that person.
true.
And that's what gets us in
definition
trouble.
too.
That's why it's two different things.
That's what I was about to ask.
Come on, tell me.
You know, that's what a lot of people go wrong. So they get so caught up in the chemistry because they go down this dark path.
Yes.
They're compatible because you can fall in, you know.
And that's what I was going to say. I was the total opposite.
It has to,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
compatibility, even like when you're looking at the definition of chemistry, to Tan's point, it went on to define also like understanding, connection, like thoughtfulness with your spouse. And so even when I think about that, like communication, those are, you have to learn some of those. Some of the chemistry is just natural. A lot of it, I also feel like on the other side, you still have to like learn, and it takes effort to maintain that chemistry and to build on that chemistry and learn the other person in order to really maintain that chemistry, to Tan's point, in terms of like longevity.
Well, what would you say the definition of compatibility
I just want to
was?
read
Do you
it.
want to do the
Let's go.
comparison or the definition of compatibility first?
Compatibility.
I know what it is, but
Well, I know what I think it is, but what I thought chemistry was a little different than when it was defined. So I want to make sure what I'm thinking, what compatibility is
do your lives align.
So compatibility is the ability to exist or occur together without conflict. Versus having, so one is about existing without conflict. The other one is focusing on deeper connections.
Both are very important.
You're on the same page. Let me see.
I think both are important. So when you said which one's more important than the other, I think it's like 50-50.
They're both necessary.
They're both necessary. It's necessary to have chemistry because, there are people who are like, you hear it all the time, like, she's a great person, but that chemistry just really isn't there. Or he's a great person.
It's just something missing. You're like, it's something missing.
And he's beautiful on paper, but there's just something that's just missing. And I think
chemistry can be developed, though.
You said what now?
I think chemistry can be developed.
1,000%. And I think that goes into the part, kind of what Cece's saying, where she's like, everything else is right, but that chemistry isn't there. And it's like, well, what are you really vetting for? You know what I mean? Like, what's the most important thing here? The fact that he's going to give you, or she's giving you butterflies or not, or, because to the point here, it can be developed.
The plan.
Well, you know what? I think it can be developed. For it's a gamble.
It is a gamble. No, Della. Now, to your
it is.
Let me tell you, it is a gamble because I know that so many people, that goes into the whole thing where relationship is duty. you know. And then if you go in and you're like, I'm gonna develop these feelings, it's gonna come, and it doesn't come, and then you're miserable and she's outside cheating with the pool boy. Like, come on, that's usually what happens in a situation like that. You want it so bad, but if it's just not there, it's just not there. That's what that. And that's for men and women. I'm sure there are men who a girl is like, oh, she's so cool, but he might want to, but it's just not there.
Well, there definitely has to be compatibility, right? Like, I'm not sure why a person would enter a relationship and there's zero compatibility. Maybe we can't think of some situations, but
I mean,
zero chemistry. You're meaning chemistry or compatibility?
No, compatibility.
Like, so the ability to exist without conflict.
Right. Like, there should definitely be compatibility in a relationship. Like, if there's no compatibility, why are you even entering into a relationship?
That would be the outlier. People who like toxic situations. So they're generally not compatible because there's a lot of toxicity.
Right. Like, if you're not compatible with mostly anything, like, what's the point of being with that person or spending time with that person? Because maybe you're not compatible with things you like to do, things you like to enjoy, things you like to eat. That's from the very basic to the more elevated topics in a relationship, right?
Well, that goes to last week's topic about being a pick-me. You don't like nothing. You don't like nothing he has going on, but I'm gonna be right there up under you, boo. We ain't compatible at all.
I definitely think that chemistry is important, but this is just me. I think compatibility sets the foundation for chemistry. I think the compatibility will add the chemistry, even if it may not be, like I said, initially I was thinking chemistry along the lines of the physical attractiveness and, feeling those like, damn, that kind of stuff. I was thinking along the lines of chemistry until Team Bella read the definition of it. But I still think that the compatibility will set the stage for chemistry. So if I would say weighing one over the other, I think I would put the compatibility first and then the chemistry.
Because you can have chemistry and not be compatible.
Right.
Exactly. I see. So Carla, I like this because this is what I thought about too. For example, your language, your culture. Are you compatible? Mm-hmm. You understand? Because you can like somebody, but y'all's cultures are so different that it becomes like an issue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So something so simple as your lifestyle, going back to what Cece was talking about, healthy, right? There's some people who might be vegans or, and if the other person is this, meat eater, then you're really, and while some may think it's a small part of life, but you eat every day. Mm-hmm. It might pose some issues because there might not be as much compatibility when it comes to dining, that those decisions may impact, life.
I mean, that's why we talk about vetting is important. Like finding those things that you'll be compatible on, like those major non-negotiables, diet, or things that are of value to you. Because we'll say that not everybody has the same standards. That's where you come in to talk about things like what makes us compatible. Not like, oh, he likes this sport, I don't like that sport. Like that's just something that's superficial. But things like food, like being a vegan and then you're around people who just eat meat all the time, it's like, it's a little difficult. Like I'm a pescatarian now, but even as a pescatarian, sometimes you go around and you're like, well, what could I have? Okay, there was burgers at the live show. I had to make sure that I got the mushroom burger, and that was all that I could have with that, So it does.
Tara kind of ate all the mushrooms for you. She went out.
And a lot of people ate the mushrooms, right?
She ate the mushrooms.
And that's generally what happens in a public setting. So it's like you do have to be on the same page. For someone who respects your dietary restrictions, are you going to be cooking two different meals and like are going to have two different budgets for that. That becomes, a bigger thing.
Okay, so these are all. Anybody wanted to add to the compatibility? Why am I, y'all? It's because I drink coffee. You have to drink coffee.
You just
There's a lot of saliva in your mouth. Because I can say compatible, but compatibility, whatever.
You said it. Yeah.
Because I know, because I'm listeing to it. Like I can.
I'm just messing with you.
It's like I have an overload of, I don't want to say it. It's saliva in my mouth. It's just like, can't get it out. But anyway, swallow. But listen. So, anybody else wanted to add to that? No, about compatibility.
I think it's a great question. I think it's important to think about the importance of the two in relationships. And with
they are definitely two very different things, but which one is important, that's up to, I personally think, to be compatible, but I think they're both important. If you have both, I think that will be great. But let's just be honest. Do you guys think that we can get both?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
I think that 48% did.
I definitely think so.
I think it's possible.
To Mistaken's point, the compatibility is kind of the foundation for the chemistry to really blossom.
If we can have both, then why don't you think there are more marriages?
Because
if you get both of those, that's kind of hard to find. So
that's the issue.
Family isn't prioritized. So just because you have both doesn't necessarily mean that you're thinking in terms of family or legacy or, longevity. Maybe, this is a great time. On to the next. Let's see, this kind of microwave culture. We're kind of losing the whole. Mistaken, did you post it where it was like delayed gratification, the post in the, losing that kind of, appreciation for delayed gratification.
And then compatibility and chemistry don't equal marriage, right? There are other what do you call it? Other things that go into the equation. They're not the absolutes.
Thank you, Miss Tan. Anybody else wanted to add to that? Okay, so give me your ideal guy. What does a real man look like to you guys?
You're so funny. A real man.
She's setting us up.
Whatever the opposite
look, don't be elaborating on honesty and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want to hear 100 different ways of saying honesty. Okay.
That is so funny. Okay, you can go first because you have a great example.
Let's hear it, Shantae.
Yes, Shantae, you have an answer to the damn question.
I am the moderator. I am the host.
Moderator.
I have you guys here.
You have us over here just dangling.
Listen, I'm the host, and the host always lets her guests go first. But I will correct you if I see that it's a little capping going on. You know what I'm saying? Somebody pulled out they Sunday's best cap. Okay.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
My church hat on tilt.
Your church cap.
My church hat on tilt.
I mean, do you guys want to just how about this? This may be easier. If a person just names one quality.
I think we've already gone over this.
Yeah. There are a number of different qualities that make a quote unquote. I mean, just that phrase alone, real man. It's just like,
well, it is kind of because we don't want to, because if you don't meet the qualities, we don't want you to think that you're not a real man. So you're absolutely right. Even though I sent you guys these questions and nobody responded and said that, it's absolutely okay. This is real bullshit.
But you're not gonna do that.
You don't have to answer it, okay, ladies?
A real man is a devoted man. Okay,
a devoted man.
A devoted man, devoted to the plan, devoted to his family, devoted to his purpose. I'm
going to drop you guys. I'm about to drop the link for you guys. If you want to,
I think we already. When I say I think we already answered this because we talked about our standards, right?
Yeah.
So.
Standards, your standard, what you want for you, doesn't really constitute a real man. Just
She
because
doesn't want to give her one.
That would be a real man for
I'm
me.
dropping
though.
the link.
What? What's your one, Cece? What's your one for your real man?
My one, financial responsibility.
He's
Remember-
financially astute. Mm.
Yes. He
Okay,
has-
Tan.
Is
what
that
you
your
got?
uno? Is that your number one?
Yes.
Okay.
That is.
Shout out financially
I mean,
astute.
communication.
Let's take away from real man. Let's just say your number one go-to. Like, this is the priority. Your number one on your list.
Can
How
we
about
keep
that?
the real man in? Because it just set it to a set it off another level. Real man.
We call this the same as a high value man. Is that what we're doing now?
No, real man.
A real man. So the
Real
real man, a high value man, is that the same definition?
Oh, is a real man a high value man?
I think a real man is a high quality man.
That's my
Yeah, that's good.
I like
Mhm.
quality over.
Yeah.
If I had to
What does
choose
that
one
look
of the
like?
two, it would
What
definitely
does
be
high quality
high
look like?
quality.
Well, I think when men are talking about leadership, I do think that is an important quality for a man. But I think a lot of times, I can only speak for what I hear on the manosphere. Speaking to that mindset is that I think a lot of times men have difficulty in truly understanding what leadership looks like. And I know, like, even I don't even have to look at the chat right now, because a lot of times what happens is when you make comments like that, you'll hear other men say, how can women speak to what leadership is? But that's part of a leader. Is not about taking control. And I think a lot of men, when they look at leadership, only revolves around the control, but what it really is about influence. You don't have to, if you're leading, you don't have to control somebody to lead, right? But if you develop influence, so their role isn't to dictate, but to motivate others to act. So when you have those leadership skills, it's kind of like when you think of a parent, especially a dad that operates in fear, like, oh, I'm gonna beat your behind or whatever, and kids, move accordingly because they're afraid versus having respect for their dad. So if you're at home, you're going to behave a certain way because you feel there's going to be consequences, you're going to get spanked. But if you have that respect, you're going to move the same way in the house, outside of the house, because you value and you respect what your parents tell you or your dad says. But I think leadership is the same way. Like, when you're focused on controlling the person as opposed to influencing the person, you don't really change their behavior. They just move accordingly when they're around you, but may behave completely different outside of your presence. So I definitely think that leadership requires humility, willingness to listen, like acknowledgement when what you think is right may not necessarily be right. So you have that acknowledgement when you might be wrong. Whereas a lot of times, from what I'm hearing on the manosphere, it's more about control and being prideful and arrogant. Like, their style of leadership is seeking to have its own way as opposed to the best way. So I definitely think leadership has a lot to do with what a real man is, and leading in the right way.
The high quality man you were talking.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like that. So what else is a high quality man? Anybody else?
Yeah, a man who is a protector and provider for his family. Many times a man doesn't feel like a man unless he feels like he can provide and protect for his family. So I would definitely say a provider and a protector.
Now, can a man be high quality and not be able to provide?
No, because that is part of provision. Like provision, I this is my opinion. I don't think provision just only means financially, because and I think that's a lot of times why men have a hard time, is that when they focus on provision, primarily they're focused on a provision in financial terms. But when, let's say, by some situation something happens and then they're no longer able to provide the financial aspect, they lose their I guess what they feel like as a man. But when you put all your eggs in one basket and think that your manhood revolves around, or your importance to the marriage or fatherhood only revolves around money, then, if you lose your job, are you no longer a man? You know what I mean? So you have to develop other aspects of your manhood, like I said, leadership, things like protecting or providing a safe environment, providing mental and emotional stability in your home, providing valuable lessons, providing a legacy of great character. So if you lose the job, your position in the household would never change, because you've created an environment of respect and admiration, and your family won't see you as less than a man because you don't have a job. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that that's history too. I don't think that people, if he has a history of doing what he was supposed to do for his family, I think that if he falls short, I don't think his family, I would hope his family wouldn't look at him as less than, because it was a situation, it's situational. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did what he could do when he had it, and we were able to base like his love for us or whatever off of his past. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah, but if that's where he only places his value as a man.
No, but should he be, or should it not be all of those things?
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. It should be. So when you're talking about provision, I think that's what provision encompasses as well, not just the financial.
Okay. So you're not getting rid of financial. You're just saying it should be all of these things.
Exactly.
Okay. Anybody else wanted to add to that?
No, I think that was it.
Okay. You guys, we did drop the link for you guys. So if you guys want to join, or if you have your own question, then you can definitely come up. I think we had one super chat that came in, and I wanted to make sure we got it. And this is.
Oh, let me put my fork down. Before 1 is 0. Thank you. It is not just personality, but their personality type as well. Like the needs of an extrovert, but those of an introvert. I actually got asked this question. Like, do you feel like you're an extrovert, or do you feel like it's an introvert? And how do you think that impacts your communication style? It's a great question. I'm an extrovert, if you can't tell.
I'm a little bit of both. I'm sometimes.
I'm an extrovert.
I'm an extrovert. So, I mean, I don't mind an introvert, but we do have to make sure, again, that there's that compatibility. Because
sometimes opposites attract, though.
I'm an introvert.
They do. Sure. It's like you have to have somebody. Have you seen those TikToks when it's like I'm the wild one and he's the soft one, and it's like it works perfectly because we're not both just going crazy.
One of my best friends is an extrovert, and it works out perfectly. Like, I can just sit there and she will just lead the way. I'm like, thank you, sister.
Right. It does
very much.
Hey, Billy, my husband's an introvert. He's very much so introvert. Like, I like going out, I like being around people, and he hates it. So whenever y'all see him with me, trust me, I had to drag him out. He's just doing it because he loves me. But
I think there's like levels to like the introvert and extrovert. Because I would feel like for myself. I'm an introvert,
I
but
just got rid of it by mistake. My apologies. I didn't mean to.
Go ahead, Bella. What you were saying?
Oh, no, I was saying I feel like there's like levels because like, I would say like I'm definitely an introvert, but I'm very extroverted with the people that I'm comfortable with. And so versus like just being like a super hermit.
Mm.
And I was about to say I'm a little bit of both also. Sometimes it's situational.
What Logic went?
He disappeared.
Hey, come on, bro.
Hey, Logic.
Are you trying to be on here, Logic? No, he's not. Yeah, Logic be watching after us. He like our protector. He like our bodyguard in the background. He's just like, wait, I'm just waiting for somebody to act a fool, and I'm gonna hop on here. What's up, Billy? You got a question?
No, I'm just up here trolling.
Oh my Lord! Oh
I
my
love y'all. I swear to God, I love y'all. Let me go down the line. First of all, Miss Taken.
Hey, Billy.
You know, you my soul sister. You my
Oh,
big
thank
sister
you.
for real, for real.
All right.
All the right ideas. Shantae, the cute
Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae.
one. I'm gonna just call you. I always fuck it up. I'm sorry.
Everybody does. I start this live off. Tell y'all my name is
No, but I've
Okay,
done
you
this
okay
like
with
4 times, and you've checked me like 4 times, and I still fuck it up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know Shantae is a more common name, so I'm okay with it.
Right. But
I need 1997 days to cam up though, but go ahead.
You literally
All right.
1990. Look here,
1997, come get her.
Jesus.
1997 days, come get her. I want to see this love connection happen live.
Right, please.
I mean, he is in that chat. #1 fan. He drinks
And
coffee.
he ain't ugly, because I thought he was a chick earlier. He was like, "What up, Billy?" I was like,
Then
"Hey,
he ain't no pretty boy, is he?
He got that big ass afro. He got that pretty ass
Listen,
afro.
he got a. He's
Billy over here looking at it.
coffee.
I just said I'm 97.
Because I was like, I said, "Hey, love," and then I noticed it was a dude. I was like, "My bad, bro. My bad, bro." Hey, bro. I got you, my nigga. And he was like, yeah.
I can't stand y'all.
He wasn't fucking with me after that. I was like, I'm so sorry.
He drinks coffee, Shantae.
Huh?
He drinks coffee. Sorry, I'm eating a crab cake. I'm hungry. Y'all be having me on these lives.
What kind of crab
I have
cake?
my
Tell me
whole
that.
meal over here sneaking like bites and whatnot.
I normally turn my camera off and I'm less disrespectful, but
Where that crab cake come
No,
from?
you're okay. I be
it came
eating
from Rays on the River. It was actually
Oh, that is my
They
favorite.
have
One of
really
my
great
favorite
crab
spots.
and I got taken to Rays on the River and it was a good date. And
Oh, hey. Was he handsome?
yes.
How tall is he?
Oh my gosh, mind your business.
No, I'm gonna ask the real questions. Fuck all that.
No, we want to know. No. I want to know if she's superficial. That's what I was.
No.
Wait,
Fuck her height.
what kind of
Was he
question?
handsome?
Taller than me in
Is he
heels?
okay to look at?
Yes.
That's still
Is his
superficial.
wallet and ambition okay?
It's his wallet and ambition. Okay, that's to be seen.
Okay, but does he have a good personality? Do you
Yeah.
feel like he's open?
Yeah.
Was it chemistry or compatibility?
Fuck all that. Look, I'm asking the real question.
I think there's
Look,
both, mistaken.
look,
Okay.
see,
I
I love
don't
you.
want to talk about this no more. God.
No. See, we gonna talk about it
We
with me.
go
'Cause I'm
back
gonna
to being the tyrant.
I'm gonna ask you the
and the
real best
masculine.
friend,
It's
big
the
brother
love at first
question.
sight.
I'm
Love
gonna
at
ask you
first
the real
sight.
big brother questions. Look,
Is it love at first sight?
do you want to go on another date with him? Not if he asks you, would you? If he never asked you to go on another date, would you take the initiative and ask him?
We already have another date planned.
All right.
Okay.
Look. With that being said,
Okay, date.
stop playing all these little games.
Who's playing games? Billy, I be
And
on
look,
here.
you need to CC, put it on his ass. Put it motherfucking
Really?
on his
Yeah.
ass.
What are we talking about
He ain't
here?
go,
Listen,
look, if he a real
You know,
nigga, if he a real brother like me, he
let
gonna
me ask a
appreciate it.
question. I got a question because
Oh,
I think that
no,
my
Billy.
dear friend
He'll throw that
1990
ring on it in no time, I'm telling you.
listen, my protector asked this question earlier, and I meant to highlight
Ooh,
it.
Logic.
1997. So let me say this. So one of the questions was, do you think that people lack intent when dating? So are you? So and the reason why I know I brought this up, CC. So when you guys are going there, are you going in there? It's like I'm intentionally looking for my husband.
That's what I'm
I'm
getting
dating
at.
with a purpose. Absolutely. I'm not just going to
No,
But
Billy,
Billy, be quiet. Oh, this way.
Billy, so you're going in talking about those standards and to see if you are compatible. Like, I'm not going in saying this is going to be my husband because you don't know what the outcome is going to be. But the intention would be the most successful, and what my goal is to be married.
So he gets a second date based on can you see yourself just from this date? I do see us. You know, it could work if
It could
everything
work.
else goes out. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it could work. I wouldn't go. I don't go on second dates often. I'll say that.
as I started dating, look, I was single for a while before I met her, and I was
Perfect for you, Billy, because
I
you
was not
100%
look I was
you.
and look I was knocking them down. I was knocking them down.
Yeah.
I was knocking
No,
them down.
Shante.
But then I had to realize, look, I'm wasting my time if I wouldn't give her my last name. If I put myself inside of her, I need to. The excuse is that the reason why I had sex with her is because I would marry her. So that's what I'm telling you right now. Give it to him. Put it on his ass.
No, you don't. Don't
What
do
does
that. We just had a whole
Put it on.
I'm not.
we had a whole
Who you
episode
with?
on that. We're
That's
not.
your date
No.
when?
Who you with?
We are definitely listen. We are
What we're not
definitely not going to
doing-
do that.
was drunk.
What does intentionality on a first date look like?
That's a good question. Mistaken.
Baby, what does it look like?
I know what it looks like to me.
You're asking the question. What is your goal out of a relationship? Like, why
What
would
does it
you
look
not
like,
have
baby?
that conversation? I'm not about to be sitting across the table from you having conversation when our goals and the things that we want in a relationship don't align. There's nothing wrong with asking those questions. And I think if Tam was here, Tam would say that. I'm asking those questions. She said
I
that
know I
multiple
asked those
times.
questions as
I'm
well.
asking those questions, and we are both hopefully asking questions of each other. If it's a guy who's not asking any questions, then I already know that he's not really there for something with intention. He's just fluffing around, like based on that. Like men who really are dating with a purpose, they are asking you direct questions, like even situational things. So what do you think about this? And in this situation, how would you have handled this? Because just to see how, how they would present themselves, how you have conversations with the server. I have people who are like, you know what, I appreciate that you speak to the server in a way that's respectful. Whereas I've been on dates and they've been like, I can't believe this, like do your job and da 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 da. But it's like, yo, relax. She's got 6 tables. You're not the only
I feel you, see, but it's more like, what is he putting into you? Because from day one, I was asking her about like the future. Like I saw myself from the moment I saw her, I knew that I wanted to be with her. But I was trying to see where her mind was at. Like what her standards were, what's her background. This is
again because you're asking questions. But if
right.
a guy is
I think
not
that's what TC was saying, though.
Yeah,
I think
if you're
right,
not
right. But
asking
it's the right
anything-
questions. It's the right questions
Right.
because I've asked questions before, but they didn't mean anything. Like I've asked questions like, "What's your body count? What do you bring to
Oh,
the
yeah,
table?
yeah.
What did there's superficial questions, but then
Yeah.
there's different questions that you ask. Like what y'all like the gene pool questions. Do you have any special mental illnesses in your family?
Are those first date questions? I'm asking
they're
because
not
I
first date
dated.
questions, but they
Those
be
to
first
me are though.
asked.
That's a first date question.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, I don't think medical things should be first date questions, but they should definitely be in there
Come
before
up.
you
I
move
think
to
they should
the
come up.
next
I don't know
level.
about
I mean, how deep are we talking? Like what we
First
talking
date?
for like 30-40 minutes?
How
Like all
so?
those
Wait,
different shit
Billy.
come up.
Billy, how do you ask? Like, can
How
you
did you ask
give me
your
an example?
girl?
So I'm crazy.
know.
Do y'all have anybody else in your family that's crazy? Because we can't
We know.
put crazy genes in the gene pool.
Oh, you asking on a slide.
Right.
Now she's gonna think you crazy.
But she gonna know I'm not.
No,
Like my girl knows that to y'all, I may seem
Billy,
crazy,
you are
but my
crazy.
girl knows that I have her back 100%. Everything that she wants in a man, I am. And that's what it is. Like, but you gotta learn how women aren't as like forthcoming as men. You have to slide shit in on women so they don't know that that's what you're trying to do. You have to subliminally guide the relationship.
All right, let me
guide the
real quick.
Yeah, you do. Men have to subliminally guide the relationship. Like,
Are you
y'all don't
using
know
a
what y'all
difficult
want.
person? I don't want a
Subliminally.
man who has a
That
subliminal.
word throwing me off, Billy.
Yeah, that subliminally doesn't seem
Ron,
like
shut up. You 19. Get up out of here.
Whew.
Billy, shut the
CC,
fuck up with your
CC, do you
no, but
think?
we're not.
Hey,
We're
hey, hey.
Justin, please.
I'm ignoring.
Listen,
CC,
Get him
CC, do
out
you
of
think that your
Thank you.
man does not subliminally guide what y'all are doing?
I think
Logic know what I'm talking about. You can subliminally guide a chick to where you need her to be.
You don't need to be
you don't have to be
subliminal.
subliminal, is what I'm saying. I
If
feel
you
like
direct and she
Nah, because if I said it, look,
you.
because I say a lot of things out front and y'all think I'm crazy. But how I bring it to my woman, it's a lot more gentle. It's a lot more.
well, really, that's the difference. So you just contradicted yourself. You're a little rough with us, but when you go to your girl, you're like, I'm nice and gentle and communicate different.
Because I actually have love and intention. I have,
I believe you have those things.
Right. I have an intention on where I want us to be. With y'all, it really don't matter. I can say anything.
We know we're your redhead stepchildren. We know.
Right. Like I can say whatever I feel. Like I'm gonna just tell y'all what it is. Like with her, on the other hand, I have to be a little bit more, hey babe, we're gonna tiptoe in this direction. We're gonna, then we can move forward fast or whatever. But she don't like when I just spring something on her. Hey, we going this way. I don't care how you feel about it. We need to do this. She don't like that.
So Billy, let me ask you a question. How do you lead since you are in a relationship? How do you lead in your home?
The same way I did in the military.
By
example. It's about example. It's about example, and it's about like I said earlier, it's about like it's subliminal war in a relationship. Like people don't realize that it's chess. Like you playing chess all the while in a relationship. It's a cat and mouse game. It's a cat and mouse game the whole time. And when a woman is acting a certain way, put it like this: men and women, we have different strategies and tactics. Women will treat you like how they want to be treated.
I say I want to know how you lead.
I'm telling you. And men will put it out there like, look. Men will put it out there like, we'll set a whole bunch of things like traps out and see what you feed off of. What responds to you? What gets your motor going? Like what do you respond to?
It's a hard no, Billy. So subliminal, it's below the threshold of sensation or consciousness perceived by or affecting someone's mind without their being aware of it.
Yeah, right.
So that's your intention with your woman, is to, without her being aware of your intention, or to act below the threshold of sensation and consciousness.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Ain't that manipulation?
Because we don't want to
but
fight.
not with good intent.
No. Sublime is just a verb. Sublime is just a verb. The intention has nothing to do with you being subliminal.
But it has a definition. Words have meaning.
Right. But what I'm saying is just because somebody's doing something without you noticing it doesn't mean it's bad.
But that's not the definition.
What? I can subliminally like give you good intentional thoughts, and like it's just without you knowing it. The subliminal means without you knowing it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I'm gonna do something, but I'm gonna do it.
The question is, why would you have to be subliminal about your leadership?
Yeah,
because women like to fight, and there's things that y'all don't like to be hit in the face with, like that submission stuff. Y'all don't like to be submissive.
Really, that's where I go back to say, like, you just made a very valid point when it comes to how you communicate with your woman. So you found somebody you're compatible with.
Right.
I feel like you could be direct with her because you speak to her a certain way, and you
Right.
don't have to be subliminal with her.
Right. But with other women, I do.
You know, I think what you're trying to say is that the combative woman who I understand what Billy's trying to say. The person who's difficult to have conversations with. So I think we've all done this in real life. There's a person that you're having a conversation with. I do this all the time at work. I make it seem like it's their idea. We have a conversation long enough, and I say certain things, direct the conversation in a certain way to make you feel like it. Oh, this was my idea. Oh yeah, Christina, that's gonna be great. I'm gonna do that. I get what Billy's saying. I don't think Billy is using it in the terminology of his relationship. Because in his relationship, I don't think that's what's happening.
He said that's how he interacts.
That is what he said, but I don't think
that's his role. That's his role with his woman.
Right. I specifically
I'm not
to lead.
Subliminally.
Listen, just listen to what C's saying. Finish for me, C, please.
No, see, I'm
no, because she's right. Everything that she's saying is what I've been saying.
But that's not what you said, Billy.
That's not what you said, though, Billy.
All right, but women are better communicators.
Right.
Please communicate it more effective for me, C.
We don't know what you're trying to communicate, sir.
No, she does. She gets what I'm saying. I'm telling you that I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Logic, can I ask you a question?
Mr. Logic, you look good tonight. How you doing?
How you doing?
You look real comfortable.
I'm only talking to the women with sundresses on.
Okay.
And the only person that got sundress on is Tan. You look beautiful today.
That's like she's wearing a blouse.
That's a blouse.
It's actually a shirt, but thank you.
Yeah, it's a blouse, and you got it wrong.
But no, why you had to do that? That's why you had to just fool me. Just fool me. Just say, yeah, I got a sundress.
Oh, so you want to be lied to, Mr. Logic?
No, I'm just saying, just fool me. You say I got a sundress, my nipples is hard, I got nipple rings, and I would be like, okay, we good.
Why would you require
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mr. Logic, I wanted to ask you a question because I heard somebody called us out talking about they, want to battle us or whatever. Okay. So, I'm just saying anytime, any place, we got it.
Yeah. So in a minute, I'm gonna go over there and cuss them out and tell them that I'm Team Chic Critique. They're my dogs. So you know what I'm saying? I'm negotiating everything to make sure that y'all gonna win. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I got $2,000 on the line. But I think y'all gonna win anyway. About Billy trying to explain fucking subliminal and all that kind of stuff like that, it shows that them Fight Club niggas is fucking retarded as shit. So, and I'm saying it now, Fight Club is live right now. Any of you son of a bitches pull up.
That's right, pull up.
So yeah, and I'm sorry. And I'm drinking that beatbox, man. Trill put me on this shit though. You know what I'm saying?
Where can we get that? Because I see that y'all have it. I would like to try it. What is it exactly?
It's some sweet shit some shit that I won't drink again, but no, I will drink every day.
Right, I'm gonna say you can drink it.
It's pretty much like a 11.1% alcohol, and it got all these kind of fruity flavors though. The taste is pretty good though. You know what I'm saying? And you get a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a broke nigga, you want to get drunk and get some pussy. Yeah, I mean, this is my trade. Look,
reserve.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, B-Box. If you looking right now, give Chic Critique a sponsor. You give them beatbox, and we be beating they box up. Please,
wow!
Drink beatbox, cause we need to beat up some boxes. And I'm right, Mr. Steele. My
Wait, Della, you had to turn your camera on too.
I've been over here eating my damn salad, honey, and then I see Mr. Steele. I can't.
Dr. Steele.
Dr.
Steele, How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing fine, and you?
I'm great. How are you? Do you have anything that you would like to add?
Well, you talk about the difference between, pickiness, having a standard, and preference. And I think, you know, picky is basically the most precise. I mean, I'm very picky, when it comes to food. I know exactly what I want and exactly what I don't want it. Whereas if you think of a standard is not really that precise. Just like with my women, if I look for a woman, there are only three things. Well, there's three things I don't want because I don't know what I actually do want. Preference, preference. I think preference and standard are pretty closely related to me. Uh, because again, you know, personally, all I know is what I don't want. But when I look in these talking points all over these YouTube streets, we hear women talking about what their preference are. The three sixes. It's I think to me, it's close to being picky. To me, because you know she gives absolute minimums. Six figures, 6 feet tall. I forgot what the third six is.
It's
You don't
penis
want to
size.
know that one.
Continue.
Say it again.
It's penis size, 6 inches.
Oh yeah, yeah. That too. Um, but and also when it comes to vetting, now I'm pretty old fashioned. I'm an old school guy, but my approach to vetting, I mean, that's the whole object to find out as much about that person as you can, so that you can see what you can sacrifice. Because when you get into a relationship, there's always going to be sacrifice you're going to be making. There's always going to be a price to pay. So it's about figuring out if the price is right. That's all I got.
Thank you, Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele, I got a question for you. What are your picky preferences? All of those, I'm interested. Like when you're vetting somebody, because you said you're. So is my understanding.
What's your preference? Like,
no,
what's
so
your?
I just have a quick question. Is your preference to be picky? Is that what you're saying? Like that's more of something that because you said that like preferences are more like generalized. You really don't. It's not very specific. So are you saying that you're more picky in the sense of your definition?
Well, I would say I'm too picky because
Dr. Steele, hold up, wait, fuck all this. Look, Dr. Steele,
yeah,
do you know what this is?
I can't really see that clearly with all that light. Oh, oatmeal cream pie. I love eating those things.
All right. Do you know what these represent when it comes to ladies?
You talked about that. You talked about that the other day, and I have yet to figure out what you were talking about. Why'd you?
I tell you, Dr. Steele, I tell you. Look, so oatmeal cream pies is literally like when chicks have babies, their stomachs look like oatmeal cream pies, but this is all like ew.
Okay, Dr. Steele. Forget that ever happened. I'm gonna mute him right now, okay, Dr. Steele? Because
fuck, I'm trying to put him on the game. Why you gonna beat me for? See, you always disrespect on this channel. That's why I want to come back.
You just told Dr. Steele. I'm sorry. He's
Dr. Steele,
man.
You ain't never had no good box, Dr. Steele, until you had one that they stomach look like this oatmeal cream pie. Look, there. Good.
Well, that rules me out. Sorry, Dr. Steele.
So, Dr. Steele, what do answer? Can you answer CC's question?
What's your question?
Oh, so the question was, so you defined picky as you know exactly what you want, versus standards and preferences is kind of like washed out and not really, it's just a generalized thing. So you're saying that you are more picky because you have a defined list of things that you know that you want versus preferences and standards and how we defined it.
Man, fuck that. It's about pussy and dick. Come on, let's be
Oh
real.
my God.
Let me answer
happening?
Casey's question. Actually, well, I'm pretty picky when it comes to food, but women, well, I'm not as picky on women as I am about food. Um, like I say, all I know is what I don't want. That's it.
Well, what
Everything
don't you
else.
want?
Things.
What don't you want?
Well, I don't want big women. I don't want ugly women. And the most important thing of all, I do not want a woman with a bad attitude.
Mm.
I cannot stand them, especially the ones who think they're entitled. I cannot stand entitled women.
Mm.
But those are the only three things. I mean, that's it. Everything else, you know.
Big women,
Yeah.
ugly women, and
entitled
women.
Right. Or ones with bad attitudes.
Bad attitudes.
Oh, bad attitudes, yeah.
Mhm.
Dr. Steele.
Yeah.
Bella is not happy about the answer.
Well, what is it?
Nothing. No, you know, those are your preferences. So I respect it.
Mm.
Dr. Steele,
Yeah.
do you feel like you are going to find a woman in that category? Like, because I mean, we talk about like maybe our pickiness or preferences kind of restrict, you know, because you have to think of like, you know, we talk about people in our circle or in our areas in our status level, things like that, or age group. Do you think it's going to be difficult to find?
I will admit it would be a bit challenging,
Mm-hmm.
to find it, especially where I live at right now. If I go to Atlanta or let's say maybe Macon, maybe my chances will be better.
Where do you live?
I live in Milledgeville.
Okay. Yeah.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Nah, it's like it's in Georgia. It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you're in Georgia.
The
Okay.
supply and demand market is probably low where he's at.
Yeah.
Well, let me so but I think that I don't think that those things that he stated that were hard to find. I mean, in Milledgeville, well, maybe, but I don't think that they were a lot to ask because I mean, at the end of the day, beauty is subjective. So what he may think is beautiful. I mean, I guess it depends on what he defines as beauty. You know, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Eugene, are you dating women? Like, do you take women out on dates?
Well, well, I'm not dating right now, but when I do, yeah, that is the ideal thing, to take him out, and most of the time, it's mostly dinners, sometimes a movie,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
or and very rarely, if there was a club, I would take her out there as well.
Oh,
But
you be dancing?
You like to dance? Like
Okay.
well, not that bad.
Little groovy, Dr. Steele.
I didn't see you moving too much. I didn't know you had it in you.
Yeah,
He
but
seemed to be enjoying himself though. So
yeah, I was definitely enjoying myself. That night. Well, those nights actually. But yeah. But most of the time, it's either out to dinner or to a movie.
Mm-hmm.
So would you consider yourself like an active dater, or are you just kind of like chilling and kind of taking things as they come, as they go?
The latter, basically.
Mm.
The latter. I just basically, if I'm dating somebody, I try not to go, too hard into it. Just take things, slowly and easily, because for one thing, for two reasons, I want to really find out about this person, and I want to make sure that she doesn't feel I'm putting any type of pressure on her, you know.
This is probably a little off topic. Well, kind of back to what we talked about before. I just wanted to pose a question to you guys. So when I was just kind of looking at some of the research for like our topics tonight, one of the things that one of the studies that I came across talked about like looking at age, gender differences, and selection criteria for partners that we choose. And it was saying that there are different levels to like what we seek, and it was 5 different levels. And it was saying that like level 1 was was marriage. Another one was falling in love, um casual sex and sexual fantasies, and serious relationship. And basically it was saying that when you're meeting somebody, you're going to fall in, either of those categories. One of the things that I found interesting was that it was saying that physical attraction matters the most when it's a relationship based on sexual fantasy. So I guess my question to you guys is, when we place so much physical emphasis on who we choose, do you think that relationship can lead to the marriage?
Can you ask that again?
So it was saying that out of all of those stages of relationships, right? Like marriage being number 1, and the least was sexual fantasy. So when you're looking at attributes like physical attraction, out of all of those levels, physical attraction ranked the highest at the sexual fantasy phase. So my question to you is, if you are like one of your, I guess, main standards of priority or preference is physical attraction, do you think that it can lead to a higher standard, or to another level if you put in so much emphasis on the physical part?
Well, I think to me, it depends on, you know, let's say you bust this woman down, right?
Mm-mm. That's so good.
And yeah, you bust that woman down, and after you bust her down, you find out some things about her and things of that
Wait,
nature.
wait, hold on, Dr. Steele, hold on 1 minute. Do
Yeah.
y'all want to go invade Fight Club right now? We can invade them. I got the
No, no, no.
technology. No, wait, just wait. I got the technology right now that we can invade them. Y'all can go over there. Y'all can talk y'all shit, and then y'all can come back. Y'all do whatever. I got Mr. Logic. Got y'all. If just say the word, we'll go over there and invade the fuck out of them.
Y'all know I like a good fight. No.
All right, get them on. Let me say
Tara,
that.
listen, it was like he chose me because I could fight.
Dr. Phil is looking like,
Wait, Shantae said she's so safe in these New York streets.
If there was a fight, she was gonna jump in. Where's our moderator? Miss Shantae.
It took Tara mistaken so long to answer that damn question. I wouldn't
Really?
Listen,
Anyway.
I don't lie though.
I bet I will be back before that damn question.
Margella was like, "Can you repeat the question?"
It was so much to process.
I told you it was from a study that I was
It was too much to process. I had to hear it again.
mistaken to list those 5 levels.
I'm a visual learner, okay?
But I did like the question.
No, the question is a legit question. If we put a lot of emphasis on the physical and we see that that's just about sexual fantasy, then why is it held at such a high importance?
Exactly.
You gotta abridge.
You could have said that.
Look how fast she said that.
Great, boo. I do. I let you be great, but I was like, you could say that in 15 words or less.
Held to a higher standard because it just kind of dawned on me in this moment because of the whole instant gratification. Like when you look at someone and you like the way that they look, you are instantly like, you have that dopamine effect where you're like, ooh, you know what I mean? Versus actually having to get to know somebody, and vet them, do the work for the delayed gratification. And then sooner or later, you end up learning that the person that was ooh la la real quick is ooh na na. No, thank
right.
you.
But you know what?
Yeah.
But speaking on that, I'm glad you said that. But a lot of guys have a problem with that because they feel like you go on a date, you know, if you're attracted to this guy on the first date, you're wasting his time and dates if you're not attracted to him. Y'all have never heard them say that before?
I'm lost.
So y'all have never heard on these shows how they say you go on a date with a guy. This chick knows if she likes you or not. She's just wasting your money by going on another date with you. And she knows that.
That's fact. I just don't go.
I think that was Ricky who said that. The person
I more so know if I just don't like you. Like I more so know if it's a hard no. Yeah. I think that the door, like the possibilities are open as long as it's not a hard no.
Sleepy.
Also,
I'll be saying if I was a smurf, I'd be sleepy.
Also, LB's been trolling you.
Listen, I'm all for it. I don't care.
Listen, LB in 1997 days is going to be fighting in the chat.
I mean, it's so funny because they come up with the craziest stuff. I'm just like, what? Like, are you tired too? All right, but go ahead.
I was saying too, when I was reading that study, a lot of stuff what the men were saying, initially where I thought that was just their opinion, it was actually backed by the study in terms of men being simple, right? Like when they're looking for a mate. So the study included 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60-year-olds. And it was saying how with men across all age levels that they men in general look for a woman that's higher in physical attraction than themselves, and that was across the board.
Oh, we've heard that here,
right? And that it was just that simple. That was really it.
So basically, if a man goes on a date with you and he's just not he's not physically attracted with you, that's your last date.
Basically,
it ain't no growing.
I would expect that if you
no opportunity.
Date and a man does not feel like a physical attraction to you, you're not going to get a second date.
Right.
You're not.
They made in higher physical attraction. But what was funny, it was just like that one thing for men, like overall. But for women, like when hearing the men say like women just be, doing the most with all of the stuff that they're looking for, right? But it was saying that women across those age ranges also that they focused more on they preferred higher in income, education, self-confidence, intelligence, dominance, and social position. So they wanted all of those areas that were, higher than
and
what
if you think about it, some of those areas really speaks volumes to a lot of the qualities we were speaking about earlier, like leadership, having a plan, being devoted to that plan, executing, having like a history of wins. Like, so like for us, like, yeah, like, I guess that is why our standards would be higher, because when you think about the role of the masculine, the role of
He's the real man in the house. He's the CEO of the household.
He's a real man, okay?
I don't know, Santa, you want that second ward, so.
One thing I wanted to say is this. Now, well, for me, yeah, I can look at a woman, I could be attractive to her. And, when you get that physical attraction, it makes, me want to, find out more about her. See, it's that attractiveness that, gets me over to her, makes you want to find out about that woman. before going any further. And, you know, this is what I always say: beauty and attractiveness is first, but if she has like, the bad attitude or wrong attitude, my attraction can be turned off. It's instantly. So yeah, attractiveness is first, but everything else, can determine whether you keep your interest in that woman or not.
Dr.
That's how I
Eugene,
look
what
at
if she's a 10, but she's got a bad attitude?
it. uh-uh.
No.
No.
Dr. G, what are you attracted to? Are you a leg man? Are you a
I'm more of a leg man, to be honest with you.
A leg man.
the booty?
I am more of a
Okay.
leg
Like
man.
them tall.
Yeah.
You like them tall? You like, or they just gotta have nice defined legs?
I think it's more nice to find to me.
Okay, you want a petite? You want them? You want them?
But do you think that
What the hell's going on here?
I'm listening to this? Do you think that men are more superficial or women are more superficial?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think that men are more superficial or women are more superficial?
Superficial.
Surface level.
Men.
Can you define superficial for me? Right quick?
Surface. It's surface level, no depth. It's just surface.
If we go by
I
that,
think, yeah, they do say men are visual creatures, so I guess we are.
that's exactly what I was gonna say, Dr.
I
Steele.
agree, Dr. Steele.
Yeah.
Because there are people who will take the 10 and she ain't got no substance at all.
Well, it also would depend on what level of the relationship they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't matter because we here on the Chic Critique, we say you should not even be entertaining anything on low level. So don't even go into trying to get a sexual relationship because you are belittling your penis. And your penis should have standards.
Preach, Pastor Shantae.
Yes.
But
and the men in our chat, they have standards.
That's right. Everybody in the chat has standards in our chat.
So you know how in a previous show, and I think before too, like people were getting on you about the whole education thing and saying that,
Me?
yeah, about like putting education as one of the standards of, priority. They were kind of like, oh, be a doctor or whatever. And then they got all upset about that. But in that study, which I found to be interesting, that speaks to your point and why you see things the way that you do as well, is that it said that older individuals set higher standards for potential mates in education. Whereas the younger you are, the education part doesn't matter as much. But the older you are, that begins to become a standard of a potential mate, is that the level of education matters. And it also said too that the older you get, certain aspects of like communication and compatibility and communication matters. So that makes
the
sense.
intellectual stimulation.
Exactly. Being able to
Hey, ladies, is y'all ready to invade Fight Club? I figured it out. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. All right.
So what was to tell us with we have to agree to these. Are we ready to negotiate?
Hold up, wait. Look at that. They go crazy.
What?
Hold up. They don't want to let me in. Hold up, wait.
Oh, they're on now?
Yeah, they on now.
I wish it was where we can merge. I wish there was a way we can merge.
I'm trying to get Anton to do it. Hold up. Let's see.
He can do that?
This is Mr. Logic.
Oh.
What is your topic?
It's overwhelming.
Let me see. He don't know it's me. Hold on. Can y'all hear them?
Yeah.
This is not even the whole crew though.
What is that?
Yeah, it's good. We got it. Hold up. I'm gonna call him. Yeah. Hold up. Wait, I'm calling now. Hey, this me. I'm in the back. I got the chicks from Chic right now. Don't you see me back there? Yeah, no, just put them on the box, put all them guys to the side, and then now we can have a conversation. So we'll merge
Oh,
Fight
but
Club
she's
and
gonna be on
Chic.
their
I got you.
so you're going to be on their show and ours.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up, he coming.
Technology boy.
Hold on 1 minute. Hey, he get all them niggas up there too. Y'all get ready.
Yeah, I see him. I see him, Mr. Logic.
All right, what's up, Fight Club niggas?
Uh-oh.
I guess I gotta pull it up on my phone.
All right.
Oh,
All right, we got the lady. We got the ladies from Chic Critique. Nigga, y'all was talking shit. Talk shit now. All right, hold up. Wait, let's do a sound check. Wait, hold up. Let's do a sound check. Wait, chill. Let's do a sound check. See if my audio work. Hey. Hold up. Wait, niggas.
No, shoot.
Thank you. So hold up. Let's do this, Anton. I'll make sure the audio right. Hold up.
So if you look
Hey,
at it,
ladies,
you
can
guys
y'all hear them?
Send the link,
Yeah.
Shinse.
No. You don't need a link. They looking at y'all now. Can y'all hear them?
No, I see them looking at us on the link.
Oh, no,
We can't
nigga,
see
don't
them.
you, nigga? Is you a lady, nigga? You know, lady. Hold up, ladies.
Yes.
Hold up.
Yeah, we can hear them.
Can you hear them?
No. I see them on the live, but we can't hear them or see them.
Y'all should be. Okay, hold up.
I do see that they're active on the.
All right, let me fix it. Hold up. All right, a logic is a little slow.
That's interesting how that works.
Super interesting how that works. Like they just go and link
You
it.
see it?
It's
We're on the thing
almost
though, but
time.
why can't we see it on our end?
I'm gonna kick somebody's ass tonight. That's all I do know.
Wow.
What we debating on?
We can hear them now.
Now we can hear him.
Hey, thank you.
They talking shit, y'all.
Action.
Have some kind of decorum and not over talk one another. Yes, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, so how was you able to do that? Like combine good thing to have strengths like this. That's pretty dope.
Oh yeah, they could see us. Like we mid dead center. That's
All right, hold up. Let me check it out. All right, so I'm playing music. All right. Hey, can y'all hear each other? Say something. One of the ladies from Chic Critique.
Hey, you guys.
Can y'all hear? Fight Club niggas. All right, Fight Club. Can y'all hear? All right, fuck it. I tried. It ain't work. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can see the picture on the side, but
yeah, I can see us.
Damn, I thought I figured it out.
For a second, we could hear them talking.
Fight Club. Can y'all hear?
We could hear them for a second. We don't know.
Hold on, wait. All right, there you go. All right, Fight Club. Can you hear? Hey.
I hear Anton. I heard Anton.
Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm stupid. Hold up. There you go. There you go. All right, wait. Ladies from Chic. Wait, hold up. Hey, chill, niggas. Ladies from Chic Critique, say something.
Hey.
Chic Critique.
We see you. Yes, we don't speak loud. Our voices are delicate.
Don't be nice. No, they.
We are ladies on this show.
All right, hold on.
But we will get in that ass.
Wait. Ladies from hold up. Ladies from Chic Critique, say something.
Yes.
Hello.
All right. Can you hear the ladies?
What's up, Eugene? I didn't know you was a lady.
Okay, say something, ladies.
No, definitely not. But I'm a big fan of the Chic critique.
They're not saying that right now.
Okay. They
The
is. I
chat
am.
can hear us. Their chat can hear us, but for whatever reason, they can't hear us.
God damn.
You tried, Logic.
Yeah.
We did hear them for a second though, coming through.
It was coming through like direct.
From I put the audio from my phone up to the mic. They were over there talking a little naughty.
They were
trying to throw y'all in.
All right. Hey, hold on.
Listen, the chat is so confused on what's happening. Logic is trying to technically.
This is what we're gonna do. This is
what's happening.
Okay, here
I just put on headphones. Go ahead.
Logic. We got to do it different because if you have this many people on the panel, it's gonna get crazy anyway.
Oh, I can hear you perfectly.
We can hear you perfectly, Anton.
Yeah, but the problem is once we all start talking, if you got 8 people over here, 9 people over there, and then you got 7, 8 people over there, it's gonna get insane.
It's gonna get crazy.
They just need to be respectful. That's all.
If y'all don't act like black people, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what the fuck?
See, I got a bunch of heathens over here right now.
We see it.
You are one of the people we can
Wait a minute.
So wait. Hold up. Y'all, hey,
It's not
Hey,
gonna work.
Cece, so what y'all wanna debate about, Cece?
hold up, nigga. Shut the fuck up by coming there and slap the shit out of you. No, wait. Let me just look.
Clutch your pearls, Cece. Yes, that's your leader.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear the ladies?
No. Listen, if we gonna do this, I'm gonna need to get my real people up here. This is not the.
Oh, we are doing this right now.
Oh yeah, we're not doing this right
We
now.
just letting you know we ready. That's it. That's all. We
Okay.
coming for that. We coming for that ass. That's what we saying.
Miss Taken. Listen, I had your number in Atlanta, so we don't even want to talk about
And
it.
I meant to speak about that because you know your ass was fronting. You ain't you.
He mentioned a mob, but I didn't see a mob. You know?
Exactly. Was that mop that you talking about to wrap your delicate fingers around?
Wait. Hey, Anton Daniels. Dr. Hey, Anton Daniels. Can you get my credit? I make this shit happen. Then look at this shit. Look, y'all talking. Don't do this.
We gotta do it different though. We should only have like 8 to 10 people on.
No, this ain't a debate. I just want to show you the ladies so you can look them in their eyes and so they can tell you to all these little weak ass niggas in the chat face that they gonna fuck you up.
I'm looking at
We ain't gonna tell it to the face of the chat niggas.
I looked at them in their eye in Atlanta. They was all twinkle toes. They had nothing.
Y'all gonna take this shit?
We were actually just
he was
having a
very much so a
conversation,
gentleman,
and
so
we
this
were in
is-
agreement with
We're not even talking.
See, this is what happens with guys typically. They inflate situations that happen to make themselves look good, and it ain't even like that.
Very much so.
Very much so delusional.
Oh,
Exactly.
That's why I tell y'all
Simmer
what.
down, my lady. Simmer down.
We're gonna formally make this happen next Friday. How about that?
Next
Friday's
Friday.
a holiday.
That's Labor Day weekend.
I'm sorry, I got a life off podcast.
Y'all ain't got nothing to do. Ain't none of y'all gonna be doing nothing.
Might not have
Watching
in
Netflix.
real life, but
You ain't gonna be doing nothing on no Labor Day weekend. Let's be for real.
you don't know my life. I'm catching a flight, but that's cute.
Yeah, she catch a flight. Anton, she catch a flight to DC. Anton, she coming to DC.
Oh, never mind. I know what that means.
Yeah, that means she logging long with Logic.
No Logic pay you. I'm not catching a flight.
I'm playing. That's my whole girl. I ain't
What
fucking with her
about
like that.
you know, honestly, what about the week after that? All jokes aside.
I'm gonna be in Austin for the Alabama game.
We don't give a fuck about you,
I
nigga.
don't know if you're gonna be a part of that lineup anyway. We're not gonna worry about it.
Yeah. We give two fucks about you, nigga. Hey, mute up these incels so we can negotiate like men. Like
No, we can do it the weekend after next, probably.
Nigga, you whack too, Logic.
Oh,
Fuck you.
who said that? So I can see. So, Quinn?
Dr. Quinn.
Oh, is you the guy who? Is you the guy who saw your girlfriend get fucked by another dude when you was in the closet? Boy, you don't shut the fuck up talking to me, boy. Hey, look, hey, Tug, can we please talk like men? I ain't talking to these little guys, fucker boys. Like
damage.
Yes, this nigga. Hey, she critiqued. This dude was in the closet watching his girl get piped out.
It wasn't my girl, nigga. Stop lying.
Whatever, nigga, you kissed her.
Very associated with.
You can't talk.
You were in the closet? Like you're
stand on the white
She just admit that though?
in the closet.
For the weekend after next. I bet.
Make sure you get niggas that don't lie.
That's
We
like
gonna
R. Kelly video.
All right, ladies.
Weekend after next. What's the topic? We choose the topic or y'all choose the topic?
The ladies choose.
It don't matter. Y'all ain't gonna listen.
We can do a question. They can do a question. We can do a question.
Okay, I like it.
Listen, y'all not built for it, but y'all cute though. I'll give y'all that.
I know. I'm about to start.
Well, we don't know.
We had very long discussions.
You was pandering when they first got on. Don't.
All right. I gotta get these crazy heathens off the panel. I love y'all, ladies. I'm gonna see y'all. We gonna figure it out.
Hey, drop it down, Anton.
Clear.
All right. Jesus, y'all act like y'all don't know how to be quiet for 5 seconds. Look at Billy. He talking and
yeah. See,
thank you, Jesus.
Man,
Anton, you begin your.
Wait, how Billy leave our show and he on fight?
I mean, listen, let me just tell you.
Maybe the other guy who got dropped down. That's
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was trying to work some shit. You know what I'm saying? Some technology. I made it happen though. I can't get a heart or some a kiss or a fly.
We need to know about people that we're recording.
I have been on many simulcasts, but wow, this is crazy.
And you are here to enjoy the ride.
Mr. Steele, my name is Mr. Logic for a reason, sir. Yeah.
Listen, Shantae, 1997 said you'd be with him on Labor Day, though. Like,
sure, I'm gonna be right here. He's gonna be right there in that chat, protecting me. Listen, so I have a question. So Mr. Logic, I guess we can talk about this after, but how exactly is that? It's gonna work just like that, just work? Or are we gonna be like on one platform?
Yeah, hold up.
Will it be on one platform or will it be like that?
Oh, we gotta fix his audio all over again. I think the intention is to put us all on the same 5 on the top, 5 on the bottom. Is that what it was?
Let's ask our chat. Do you guys think we should compete? Put a 1 in the chat. If you guys think we should compete, put a 1 in the chat.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh no, it's supposed to be 5 on 5. So 5 boxes all on the same thing. I just wanted to test my technology to see can I evade their ass. So yeah,
can we swap people out?
Well, we can negotiate all that. Why would you want to swap people out?
Because some people have, like, if I got my girl in the back and she got the answer, we go boom, 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 boom. Because we're all a Chic critique. So
but y'all got the advantage though. Anton said y'all can pick the topic. So y'all have the advantage. So y'all can literally talk about goddamn having babies and them niggas will be weak because half of them don't get pussy. So I'm telling y'all, if y'all think of the topics long and hard, y'all will beat the hell out of them because I got $2,000 on the line on y'all and I hope y'all win. So I got $2,000. So I want to collect my bread.
Yeah, who decides that?
Who decides who win?
Yeah.
It's going to be a poll in the chat.
Oh, no, because they have, the guys be
a larger following.
They so biased.
That's not
a larger following.
Whose channel would be
the guy that said be going in here?
No, the channel, we'll negotiate the channel. They're going to do it over here on Chic Critique.
Mm.
I'm just
So,
so
yeah.
upset. I don't think it could be the chat because we have the people who will support us to no end. They have people who are going to support them to no end. So
And
I
they've been
think
doing it longer.
Who's the
So
moderator?
what y'all think? You have some judges?
Who's the
I would
moderator?
think so.
We need
I would
some
like a judge.
non-biased moderators.
Well, it's
I
gonna be a
think
moderator,
it
but
should be a
the
list
I
of
mean,
people.
not moderators. What's the word? Shantae, what is it?
What do you mean?
What?
You know, the people to decide who wins. What are they called?
We're gonna.
Judge?
How about we have like 7? We'll have. Let's pick 5 people because that's an odd number who we totally trust. You know, there are people in the YouTube world that we trust. Like I trust Trill. That's one. I trust I think
Thinking
Nathan
Man.
Daly will be a good judge. I think that
Mr.
he'll be
Lee.
honest.
Thinking Man.
Thinking
no,
man.
Thinking Man, he on their team. He on their
He
team.
on their team. So
Oh.
yeah, it's him. I think we gotta have 3 more, y'all.
What as far as moderators?
You don't need that many judges though. Like,
well, you have to have an odd number.
We need at least an odd number so somebody could break the tie.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'll be the tiebreaker.
But you got
your money is on the line, so that's a conflict of interest,
right?
So
I don't know. We'll get JR then.
Okay.
JR.
I would say JR, Trill, and Mr. Lee.
That's good. Sound perfect to me.
Mr. Lee.
Y'all need to be working behind the scenes. Y'all need to be working behind the scenes to butter them niggas up though. All the niggas, y'all need to be buttering them up.
Well, we want them
butter
to be
their ass up. No.
Who is Mr. Lee?
But yeah, I think it'd be dope.
On here.
Are you familiar with Sage Talk?
Yeah, Sage Talk. The guy who does
Sage. I call him Sage. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I think he's pretty fair. You think?
I think so because he's also a person who, when you give a good example and you explain yourself well, he's like, you know what, I do agree with you. I understand. You know.
Yeah, he's very logical.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm good with that. I don't think it matters. Win anyway.
But he is kind of slightly biased. I think Nathan is more of a.
Who's Nathan?
Nathan Daly.
Oh, okay. I know.
But don't you think you also should have a woman in the judges panel as well?
That's what I said.
But I'm thinking who wouldn't be biased, like a judge that's not going to be
I vote for Kayla.
I like Queen. What's her name? Queen. I was just. No, that's a different show. Never mind. I think that she's on.
Who's the girl with the braids?
I know one. If you do Trill, you do Nathan, then you got to throw in a female. And I know.
What about Amber?
I was thinking about somebody named Toya.
Toya could be a little.
Oh shit, nigga! Look. All right. Fuck it. We'll figure it out.
I like her,
we'll figure it out.
I vote for Siobhan.
Y'all gonna leave Siobhan alone.
I like Amber.
Siobhan gonna be like this. Well, I don't know who win. I like both of everybody. Both of everybody made good points. And shut the fuck up and pick.
Yeah, I think that. So we'll find a woman.
No, you can't find a woman. It's a conflict of interest. I'll find a woman.
That's a conflict of interest. Your money's on the line.
You got money on the line, so you gotta be as unbiased and involved as possible.
I am unbiased. I don't want to lose my money, but I ain't gonna lose no sleep if I lose
I'm an
money,
honest person, so I wouldn't even
Nah, you ain't that honest.
Oh, absolutely, I am.
Okay, There are judges, Mr.
I mean,
Lee.
shit, they ain't got
Somebody
no money
said
on the line.
somebody said Mr. Lee, Ricky, Williams, and Trill.
No, we need a woman.
I'll keep my mouth shut on that one.
Somebody said bring Kay and Kayla. Hell to the fuck no. We will not have terrorist judges, nigga.
We'll figure it out. We have another week to figure it out. So, but I wanted to be honest. It is going to depend on what the question is, because I think that let me just shut up. Never mind.
What about Courtney? Do y'all think Courtney's fair?
There we go.
I mean, I don't know enough.
I don't know her enough either.
I like.
I say we should bring Crimson. Black women are the devils. They are.
I think y'all should have no input on the judges. I think y'all should leave the judges to me and Anton to negotiate, and then knowing that I should have y'all best interest, and Anton should have his guys' best interest. So we
appreciate you believing in us, Mr. Logic.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Look, I told you the only reason guys do shit for women is for the possibility of pussy.
Delusional.
Elaborate. So what does that mean, sir?
He's going to choose the right judge. He means.
No, that goes back to what I was saying though. Everything that men do, whether y'all think it's romantic, y'all think it's nice, it's all done for the possibility of a piece of pussy. That's it.
What if they already
you gotta hold on tight to it?
Somebody said Lady Mogulette.
They trolling.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
But that's a true statement that women don't like to concede to. That yes, he can be romantic, but that's why when you get into relationships and over time, the romantic shit actually dies down.
I've learned that from you guys, Logic. I listen.
Yeah, he already got it, so he achieved that. So ideally, if I go out and I find a chick right now, and I say, I like you, I want to take you out to dinner, I want to, do whatever. Everything that I'm doing is strictly because it's a possibility for a piece of pussy.
So you were going to take me to Waffle House for that? I was worth Waffle House, Mr. Logic?
Waffle House, yeah, all that is a piece of pussy. I found out you like Waffle House. Shit, I'm trying to get that pussy. So guess what?
And if you are cheap vagina off of Waffle House, ladies, you gotta hold yourself to a higher standard.
On those eggs.
Honey, you better go on and get that T-bone with a side of pork chops and what?
T-bone.
Wait for the raise on the woman.
They do got a good pussy from what I heard.
Dudes get pussy for less. Dudes
That's
get pussy
true.
for, a squid.
But he doesn't have to get yours for less. Keep your legs closed.
That's right.
If he wants it for less, tell him to go to pay less. Go down the street and get it. And
I'll be $5.99 stuff be cute.
Okay.
But see, why do y'all think y'all will be so delusional that y'all think that men is being romantic because they love you? You think that you get all this shit because they love you. No. If you walk up to a chick and she smell good, your mind go to what next? The box. If her titties look good, your mind next go to the box. All paths lead to the box. Women know it, but they'll never admit it, that everything that a man finds attractive to them, it will automatically lead to the box. That's it.
I don't think there's any disagreement with that. I think the disagreement comes with what keeps them there. I don't think the box keeps them there. That might be what gets them there, but I don't think that that's what keeps them there.
Hey, break that box and see how fast he leaves.
No, don't break it.
I'm telling you, if you want to test this theory, if you want to test this theory, and like I said, what you're saying, you're hopeful. but you're hopeful because of something that some dude told
It's
you.
too late, let's wait a
What
while.
do you mean? You mean if you're just dating, you mean? Because it has to be
Everything.
something on the box, especially if you're married, if your intentions are being married.
He's
So
talking
it,
to me now.
No, even if you're married, you know what I'm saying? It got to be something that's keeping him there.
right.
It'll become a bigger purpose, but the purpose of a woman is the box.
But he's saying off bat, when a guy is whining and dining you and he's just now getting to know you and y'all are going through all that stage, that's what they are in. They're doing that.
Yeah,
For
that's
the
the end goal.
We
Yeah,
agree to that.
yeah.
And
I
he get
agree.
married. He get married for the possibility of kids, and for the most part, kids will keep them there. That's why women try that trick all the time. You know what? If you want to keep a nigga, give him a kid. So it's all the proof is in the pudding for the most part, but women don't want to admit to it. That look, I say this all the time. If pussy was to disappear off this earth, I would start. My first thing I do is go to Millersville and I shank Mr. Steele in the neck because I ain't got nothing else to live for. You know what I'm saying? It'll be the world will be like the prison systems. It's a free for all. It's no true purpose. That's why the prison systems you'll see dudes are searching for a purpose. That's why they get into religion. That's why they transform all this, because you remove women out of the equation. It's either you're gonna try to find and focus to force a purpose,
Or get some booty.
Yeah. No, because what
Let's
I
get
tell
some
you,
booty.
My pants.
oh, hey, do that again, Team Della. Team Della, do that again. But the first thing I do, soon as women, if women no longer exist, I'm going to the highest building and I'm jumping off that bitch. Because what purpose is it for me to live for? To hang around Mr. Steele all day?
That's strange.
So what do you think women would do if there were no men?
Survive, keep on moving.
Right.
Girls' night. You come on, girl.
What we about to make? What we gonna fucking talk about? What you talking about? Jumping off a building?
Hang out with Moo.
Do you think women can survive longer without men than men can survive longer without women?
Absolutely.
We do.
No,
Didn't you just say that the
no.
other day, mistaken, where you said, what'd you say about black men dying?
No. But I know somebody in the chat was like, well, damn. I can't remember what I said though.
Hey, don't get it twisted. Y'all hate each other too. And as soon as dick leave the earth, y'all gonna want to kill each other too. So don't play.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Okay,
so.
And that's honest. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think we adapt.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, I think women are better at adapting than men.
I mean, there's a lot that we have to adapt to.
Yeah, that's why I say that.
On a day-to-day.
What do you adapt to, Ella?
We adapt to hormonal changes. We adapt to menstrual cycles. I mean, think about the way that our body adapts when we're pregnant. Nonetheless, when we're giving birth, we can withstand more pain. What's the decibel of pain?
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know what you
remember, but it's more than you.
Oh, you sure? You sure? Because see, the thing is I'd have been shot before, and you know how long.
She's been shot and had a child.
Listen. If you want to say that, because see, men got something that y'all really don't have called adrenaline that'll push us. So I was shot.
Everybody has adrenaline.
No, listen.
That was cute though.
But
That was
go
cute.
ahead. Go ahead, science teacher. I'll wait y'all finish.
Hey, Mr. Logic, you know I've been
do
shot
have a
before.
chemistry degree.
Right, Shantae's been shot and had a kid, so she could tell you which one hurt more.
You know,
so
Mr.
wait,
Mr. Logic.
wait, somebody in this panel been shot and had a kid?
Shantae's been shot and had a kid, so she could tell you which one hurt more.
I knew Shantae was hood as fuck, bro.
Listen, Shantae is not hood at all. But Shantae went somewhere, she was around hood people, and I knew I shouldn't have been there. And I my intuition was saying, girl, leave. And I just like, you know what? I'm not gonna be judgmental. I'm gonna stay and well, damn.
Wait, my Catherine said, I see you ladies ready for the fight club.
Hold up, but I don't know this. So Shantae, where did you get shot at?
In my leg.
In your leg. All right.
Mhm.
So
I
now
have an
compare
entry to
that.
exit.
Where did you get shot by?
A 45.
Ooh,
I didn't know what a 45 was.
Did it hurt? Did it hurt?
You thought it was,
It's
you thought it was
so
Leah.
fast. It's like a burn. It's like boom. It's like a burn.
Were you like
what's the
still able to
difference
walk?
between being shot and actually having a child?
Well, the shot was a quicker pain than having a shot.
That pain they having a child is sticking around.
Yeah, it's a little different.
A
Yeah.
little. I would imagine there's a lot of different.
So if you have to do it all over again because your body's not made to take a shot, but your body is made actually to go through that childbirth. So if you had a choice that you had to do one of them again,
she did. She got 2 kids.
Well, it's so the thing about it is I'm gonna be honest with you. My adrenaline, like you said, was rushing when it took place, so it was really fast. But when I think of childbirth, the reward of childbirth is great,
right?
But I must say the pain of childbirth it's not even a comparison. You know, the thing that is different between the two is one. Well, they both can kill you, but obviously it depends on where you get shot. You could die. So of course the severity of being shot, but then you could die in childbirth too. So, but I will say the pain. If we're just strictly talking about pain, damn, I almost broke the bed in labor. Like I was like, what is this being made out of? Because I promise, I thought I was gonna break that. The pain is crazy.
I you know what? I'll actually take back my statement then, because I haven't had a. Would you chill with your little ratchet ass out of? So look, the thing is that, but I would still say this though: the location actually matters. You know what I'm saying? I got shot in the shoulder. I got shot in the shoulder. So actually,
so whether you hit a bone, there are different things. Was it all flesh?
Yeah.
All of those things make it.
Yeah. So I got shot. Then I didn't get shot. I got shot with an actually bigger caliber. But regardless, I think that what you said, it holds weight. That I would actually concede that possibly childbirth is more painful than a gunshot wound. So
yeah.
See, I'm not that hard ass. I just don't deal with terrorists. Like I don't deal with these type of niggas up here. But yeah, I can see. Y'all get them likes up, man. That's why I don't like coming on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
So, did you have anything to say about our topic, Logic? What do you think about standards and stuff?
I don't know. I didn't really hear. I was too busy drinking this beatbox shit. This shit right here is like stupid. It's good. It's stupid good. But what was y'all topics tonight?
We were talking about being picky, or picky versus preference versus standard. I think men should have higher standards when they pick women.
But they never will. They never will. Men would never.
But then that's why they get the results that they get.
No, for the most part, men get good results. That's why you don't see them. You don't see these 9s and 10s and these IG models being wiped up. They've been ran through. So actually, men are picky, but their standards are low. Like men would pull in a woman with kids. You know what I'm saying? Men understand sacrifice more than women. Like before this whole Kevin Samuels talk over the last 2 years, you haven't run around seeing men talking about standards, fit, feminine, fit, all that shit like that. 80% of the fucking goddamn black chicks is overweight. So how the hell is you gonna see and say, oh, men are goddamn said fit and feminine? Well, they fucking them, and I'm telling you, men know sacrifice. Men can look past a lot of bullshit, whether it's kids, whether it's oatmeal pies. They look past all that shit. They look past all that shit because they're always thinking for a bigger purpose. Women is the one that always say they want a 6-pack, 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches of dick. You know what I'm saying? They want him to have all this stuff. Men, for the most part, never did that. So until recently, it's men that's doing that. And if you go in real life, they don't do it in real life. They don't ask you for your body count.
They
They
don't.
don't ask you for none of that stuff. They don't ask you all this vetting stuff. Men don't do, because at the end of the day, men understand their ultimate goal is to get the pussy.
Logic, you make a good point. I mean, there have been several times I look at a guy and I look at a woman that he's with, and you're like, So I can definitely see that.
Yeah, in corporate America, like I work around some of the most wealthiest people is in this area right here. And we go to different balls because it's all government. So whether we go to a Raytheon ball, a Boeing ball, a MITRE ball, you know what I'm saying? We all kind of link together because we do sponsor projects. So normally when you get invited to all of them. And the first thing I see, whether it's a director, whether it's a CEO, whether it's one of a major project lead, I see their wife is average at best.
That's what I told them. Listen, Logic, I just had this conversation with them. I did. Just wanted to make that known. Go ahead.
Yeah. But see, what they'll do is they'll look at the internet, YouTube, that's their sample size. They'll look at James Harden, they'll look at The Baby, they'll look at Moneybag Yo. So in their mind, that's their sample size for being successful men. But them motherfuckers is only like maybe less than 1% of the successful men. Most successful men out here is actually these corporations, and they got an average chick that listen to them, that follow their lead, that shut the fuck up and give them pussy.
Not sure.
Well, we don't, you guys, if you come on, you have to cam up. I can't let you up unless you cam up. Okay. Oh, that's
my nigga Hank.
Yes,
Hi, Hank.
How y'all good people doing tonight?
Hey.
What's up, Playboy?
How you doing? How you doing, Tan? Team Deal, Mr. Eugene.
Shout out to those Chic Critique hoodies, those red hoodies.
See,
before you go, do I get a Chic Critique hoodie?
I have one for you. I meant to give it to you when you were here.
You full of shit.
Hey, look here. I'm gonna give y'all props. At least y'all gonna give me a hoodie. I'm still waiting on JR to get me a one my size.
Because she actually got it, and she was like, you know what? I'm not sure if it's gonna fit. It's bigger than what you know. It's bigger. You were smaller than what she thought.
And that's taking shots.
Hey, watch it. Hey, so look, Shantae, give me some Chic Critique underwear and extra large in the front side.
Oh, okay.
So you can turn it around backwards.
Y'all don't like to have fun. That's why I would never go out.
I had my whole tongue out.
I would never go out with y'all. Y'all is boring as shit. Y'all don't know how to have fun. Y'all know how to take a joke. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we do.
Stop it, Logic.
Fight Club. I'll see y'all later, man.
Bye.
No, he is not having a work
really
time.
All right, now, Logic.
See, then when
right. We'll call it. Go ahead. Bye.
Listen, somebody said we cannot survive without women. I mean, without men. Because we need them to be the do boys. That's what he said.
No, I've seen some strong women out there.
That has been proven so many times on so many social experiments. Most could not operate the machines that run cities, find drinking water, food, or shelter.
I don't know. I be seeing them women out there on the machines. I'm like,
most could not operate machines that run cities.
And you know what?
Find drinking water, food, or
I guarantee you will find a manual.
And you know what though? This is the crazy part about it.
All y'all, they say that, but most men can't either.
Right. That's why I'm like,
because they don't read the manual.
No,
But
maybe operating the machines, depending on how heavy they are.
hey, this the kicker though, Miss Takey. All y'all pussy would be stank because y'all would not know how to make vinegar and douche.
Somebody has to mute.
Blueprint, you came up and you can't be in the live chat. And
I'm gonna mute you guys and just kind of talk.
Hi.
Yeah, all y'all pussy would be stink. All y'all pussy would be stink because y'all don't know how to make douche and y'all don't know how to produce vinegar. So all y'all be smelling like goddamn y'all. All y'all
You should not. Yeah, douche is not good for the JJ.
Our pH will be on point because we ain't messing with niggas.
Y'all
throwing off the
pH off more than douche.
Well, I tell you this. I tell you what you won't have. You won't have no oatmeal pies. Because ain't none of y'all have no babies.
Our body is made to self-cleanse.
You need a wife. Damn, not the oatmeal pies. I thought we let those go on Thursday, Logic.
Hi, Logic. Hi.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Lip Peeping Sunday Sing. Hi, Cece, Christina. Hi, Mistaken. Hi, Shay.
Hi.
I got my Chic critique cup, so technically I'm part of the gang.
Yes, I saw it on Instagram today. I was like, yay!
With that,
I'm sorry. I just got in, so I saw you guys were still on. I was like, let me tap in and just say hi.
Oh, what you do tonight, honey? What you do?
I do a lot.
Oh shit! Don't kiss and tell then.
No. I went out with some girls, some of my girlfriends.
Okay. Had a good time.
I have to. So my son left. He moved with his dad, and I have this whole life now. It's like,
yeah, she mentioned that he's a teenager now, though, right?
Mm-hmm. My son's 12, and he moved with his dad. So he's gonna be going to school. Just let me know when you finish singing. Let me know.
I'm curious.
He's gonna be living with his dad for the next year. He's gonna do school in another state. So for me, it's like people ask me, like, "Can you hang out?" And I'm like, "No, I have to get home." Oh, well, no. I guess I can go. Yeah, I can go.
No.
So
it's like in the groove back.
Mm-hmm.
It is. So people ask me to go out. I'm like, oh, I guess I can go. So it's like a whole different mom world. So
so we got people still trying to get in the studio. Anybody, Dr. Steele, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I'm just gonna pull people, maneuver people around.
Oh, I can get out. I just wanted to say.
Oh, that's what you wanted, Kelly.
You can stay. I will leave. I will be the gentleman.
No Logic. I came in.
No, he said he can leave temporarily. He will be back.
I came to attack you, Logic.
You ain't come back,
Logic? Hell yeah, I go to the strip club. Nigga, I ain't need to do this shit. Nigga, I need to get in these streets anyway.
Oh no.
But Logic, can I just say something? Can I say something before you leave? My sister said she saw you on the Groomsman show, and she said that she agreed with a lot of things you said. She wanted me to say.
Oh, I gotta see this. Where is it? So we can.
You drop the link in the back chat. So
we have to support our logistica.
Mm-hmm. She said she agreed with a lot of things you said, and she said she wanted me to let you know.
Oh, I want to see this.
A lot of people aren't.
That's the one that was in Atlanta, right? Was she in Atlanta?
My sister was in Atlanta. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I said, what's up? 8 times down.
Yeah. She was the one that was hitting on Tam pretty hard. Sorry, Logic. She's not into you.
No, I just said 8 times down, bro. I gotta get the fuck out of here, nigga.
I
don't pass out my dick no more.
Well, I'm gonna ask you, Logic, for real. Are you looking to be in a relationship for real, or are you just at a point where you're like, I'm young, single, and free. I'm not trying to settle down right now. What stage are you at?
All above, and I'm rich. So guess what?
Look at the moon
it don't matter to me. And you know what?
I know. That'll be his answer, mistake.
My motto will stay the same. I do not negotiate with terrorists.
I know the truth about Logic. I know the
I would not negotiate.
I know the truth about Logic. You guys want to know the secret?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He is a hopeless romantic, and he wants a woman to prove him wrong.
This nigga off the line on me, bro. I
believe it.
I believe it. After seeing him in Atlanta, I definitely believe that Logic is a gentleman.
He is.
Very much
I
so.
think
I mean, just the way he treated us, and even though he made a big deal out of that cake.
I was about to say he brought us 3 slices of cake, but I didn't want to bring it up because I know it's a sensitive topic.
He was not supposed to generate another.
There you go, cake topic again.
I didn't want to bring it up.
I will not be triggered today about that damn cake.
Logic is still waiting for you, CC, to invite him so you can serve him.
CC, bye-bye.
Oh my gosh.
We're right.
That was you get for fucking me up. I didn't bring up that goddamn cake. You know that cake is a soft spot.
It's a soft spot for me. I didn't bring
but you keep bringing it up.
But what the Chick was very hospitable.
It was.
Atlanta.
He was a gentleman.
When it came to,
he really was.
That was a very good cake.
Hey, look.
Okay, you guys, we have people trying to get up.
Bring up that cake and how good it was. Okay.
That red velvet was saying something. It really was. I also had a chocolate slice.
Logic ready to settle down.
I can see Logic settling down.
I'm not. You know what Logic gonna do? I'm giving myself 6 more months. And you know
what
I'm
happened
gonna
to
do?
the 8-month plan?
I was just about to say.
Listen. Y'all gotta listen. In 6
David
more
said,
months,
"Don't bring that cake up again."
in 6 more months, I'm gonna break my own rule, and I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start traveling. I'm gonna be part of the Passport Bros, because these hoes out here are terrorists. Like I'm saying, and the main one with oatmeal pies be the biggest terrorist.
What can you said
I
on
don't
Thursday? What is the
Where are you
oatmeal pie?
meeting your women,
What is the
though?
oatmeal pie? What is it? You said it on Thursday.
What, oatmeal pie?
What is that?
You do not want to know.
I do.
Girl, you don't.
Oh, wait.
Basically, he's saying when women have kids, you know how their stomach does the little. That's the oatmeal pie.
So wait, so Blueprint, we got people in the back chat that want to come up. So Dr. Smith,
Wait, hold on, Mr. Blueprint. Did you have something to say?
I just listening to y'all.
Dr. Steele, do you have anything you want to add before we drop you off? Because we do have
Hold
people in
up,
the back
fuck
chat.
all that. Do you look her reaction? Know that I'm right.
I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, that's great, Logic, but we trying to get other people to come up. So
Somebody explain it to me in the back chat because I missed it. I still don't know what it means.
I thought
it just means that people are waiting to be pulled up.
No, we're talking about the oatmeal pie.
I know, but
it's the stomach deflate.
Yeah.
You know how some people who
You have anything else to say?
You're talking about the
They does not have the patience to explain it.
Yes. I mean, Logic has stated this. Like he has given a diagram. He went through an illustration.
With an actual oatmeal cream pie. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
God.
Dr. Steele, what are your final words?
It's not focused. The camera's not focused, Logic.
2 things I want to say.
I used to call him a sloppy Joe.
Kelly, let him.
It actually really does look good. It's like making me want to go to the store to get
I kind of want one too, you love.
Yeah.
Remember pie.
2 things I wanted to say.
So you're talking about the sloppy Joe stomach, like the kangaroo pouch has stretch marks.
Dr. Steele, go ahead.
Yeah. 2 things I want to say. First, there are layers of differences between picky, standard, and preference. I mean, the differences are not so big. And the second thing is, wow, just imagine YouTube having the ultimate battle of the sexes here. I mean, this is going to be wild. I can wait to see that. I cannot wait to see that.
We can count on you to vote for us.
No, fuck that. What about the nigga that set it up?
Oh my
See, this why I'm going to the Philippines and get one of them fucking chanky motherfuckers. Because I ain't dealing with these terrorists. I will be in China. I see the light.
I have a story.
I see the light.
I have a story.
Wait.
All right, bye, Dr. Steele. Thank you.
See you later.
Have a good night.
I have a story.
Blueprint, do you have something?
I have a friend that's from the Philippines.
Yeah, I got a question. I got a question.
Wait. Hold on for a second.
Blueprint
She has
has a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask you, lady, which one go first? Physical stimulation or mental stimulation?
Mental.
Because the physical won't happen without the mental.
Right, that's what I was gonna. No, he said which one
No,
happens
that ain't
first.
what I said. I
But
said
the
which
mental
one of
has
them
to
go
happen before
first.
the physical.
When you mean
No,
go,
no,
you mean like
you're not
fade?
listening.
Let him explain. Okay, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, you got physical stimulation and you got mental stimulation. I was asking y'all which one go first for women's.
Go as in fade, or which one is prioritized?
I think when you're younger, physical stimulation is more important because you're more attracted to the aesthetics of a man. But then when you get older, you realize that you have to stimulate your brain before you can even physically be attracted to a person.
I think I'm with Della. I need clarification in what fades first or what you prefer.
Yeah, which one fades first?
Which one fades first? Physical fades first.
I would say physical.
Obviously.
No.
Fades?
Well, I think we're just a little bit confused on the question. Kelly really hit it home. If you were asking, which do women prefer, and if you're asking which do we feel like.
Okay, go ahead.
I was saying which one go first. Which one go first? Mental or physical stimulation?
When you say go first, what do you mean? Please elaborate.
Which comes first?
Like what attracts you first?
Now, when you attract to somebody, you usually physically stimulated, right?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. I was
But I
talking
think
about
when you
mental
get
stimulation.
older, you realize to look past that. Because when I was younger, when I was like 19, like my son's father was a model. Like he walked on like New York runway. He was very good looking.
But he had a little dick though, didn't he?
Come on, I'm still talking. I realized he was like a Christmas present. It was like, oh, he's so beautiful on the outside, but you open up the box and there's nothing inside. So it was like, what exactly is it that I'm attracted to? The way you look or who you are as a person? And as you get older, you realize there's more to a human being than the skin and the bones of what creates a human being. It's their mind that attracts you. And if you can't stimulate me mentally, you cannot approach me physically. Like I can't even be attracted to you. I don't even want you to touch me if you can't mentally stimulate me. That's just me. But I'm sapiosexual. So.
I think that's what we all
Me
agree.
too.
They lie.
No, that's true.
That's bad.
They fucking lie, bro. Why do we niggas look? And I'm not saying I'm not saying individually, but as a collective, that is the biggest fucking lie ever told to man.
Congo say good night, y'all. Good night, Congo.
Good night, Congo. You gotta cam up one time.
One time.
But why is it a lie? You always just spewed out these facts, but you don't back it with anything. Why is it a lie? Why?
I spewed out facts, but don't back it up.
Yeah, I'm listening for your backup. I want to hear it. Why is it a lie?
All right, so this is what. Ooh, man, this shit good. Hold on.
Now you got some in your throat. You need to get that out.
He choking on that oatmeal pie.
That's that loud and loud.
Oatmeal pies.
No, that's
I just got some Cali over there.
Yeah, this shit right here is harder than the beatboxes. This shit right here.
Really? That's what you want to go with?
That's the inside joke. Y'all get it. But no, the thing is, if the fact shows what you saying, it sounds good. In the perfect world, a black Wakanda. Yeah, I'm drinking on one now. A perfect world, a black Wakanda, what you say makes sense, but reality shows what you say is not it. Look, check this out. A majority of these women is all searching for almost like 10% of the men. And it's not 10% of the men, like Kevin Samuels got it wrong. It wasn't 10% of the men of the higher earners. It was 10% of what they determined to be physically stimulating to them. They know that these niggas ain't worth shit. They know these niggas can't spell future, plan, progression, These niggas don't know none of that shit. But the thing is that that's what the women want, and they will always go to it. As they get closer to that mirror, I don't call it a wall. I call it a mirror. Because the thing is, as they get closer to that mirror, they see who they truly are and what they truly deserve. Now they started selecting a man, but that pool of men when they was 18 to 25 has decreased. Now you 30, you got oatmeal pies and all that shit like that, and that plays a role into it. So men are not looking for somebody that's intelligent, that can stimulate their minds and shit like that. No, they looking for somebody to stimulate that pussy, that make that shit wet. And that's the truth. And y'all know it.
Well, I think
know
that
it.
listen, I agree.
age, yeah.
Look. I understand it completely what Logic is saying. Let's just be honest. I was just talking to Mistaken about that. I was like, nobody was running after that intellect before KS. Weren't we just having this conversation?
Yeah, when you're younger, yeah.
He blew it, but even it didn't matter. Well, he blew it up, and not everybody is running after those types of guys. You're right. People were running after the athletes. They were running after, and let's just be honest, most athletes are not mentally stimulating. To say the least.
They're not.
They were a few of them, but very small few. So they were the popular guys. Everybody wanted them. So I completely understand what he's saying. But KS made the high value men, those guys who were once looked at as the nerds, and people start running after that. So I completely agree with Logic was saying.
And he was incorrect. Kevin Samuels was talking about Wakanda. Like if you're dealing with the metaverse and you understand that, it's like you still got to deal with reality and even know what people perceive to be a perfect situation. Kevin Samuels was talking about a perfect situation. But the thing is you ain't gonna shame no women for doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? The reason that, like I said, this shit, like I move how I talk. You know what I'm saying? I move how I talk. Like people like me looking at me like, oh, Miss Lord, you get no pussy. Nigga, I get pussy all day if I fucking wanted to. It's just at this point, it don't interest me like it used to. So now I'm looking for my Wakanda. Everybody else is living in reality. They looking at, hey, I want to be physically stimulated. They not looking for the future. And let's be honest, half of these motherfuckers ain't thinking about their kids and their kids' future. If not, all these damn lame niggas wouldn't have no babies.
Well, I think that when you're saying physically stimulate, I think you're thinking sexual. I think for women is I want to be cuddled up with a nice looking man. I want to watch movies with a man that I'm attracted to. I want to be around a man that I'm attracted to. Like I said, sex for us is a little different for you, but I understand how you can equate that. Yes, they end up having sex, but I think that they want to be adored by a man they're attracted to. They want to be in a relationship by a man they're attracted to. They want to be, that's what they were looking at.
They want to be lied to, though, Shantae.
No,
I'm not saying they weren't lied to. That's not
about a lie. It's not about a lie. It's mental stimulation is important. Someone you can sit and have conversations with.
Oh no, we have
a 24-hour day. I mean, how many of those hours are you actually having sex?
Absolutely. So let me ask you a question, though, Kelly. But look, I don't know how old you are. That took a while for you to get to that point. But we're talking about when you're in your prime, in your 20s.
No. I was just asking in general.
Yeah, I think older women are gonna want mental stimulation.
Yeah, because I want to be able to sit and talk.
Older women want what they qualified for when they was 20. Let's keep it phony.
They want what they qualified for when they were 20.
Yes, they want
somebody they can
what
have a conversation with.
No, they wanted that man that they qualified for when they was 20, but now they didn't. I'm elaborate. Now they didn't been ran through, and now the dudes they was chasing, you know what I'm saying, are no longer available, and then most of the dudes that was chasing after them are no longer available. So at that point,
let's just say your logic's wrong, right? Let's just say you meet a woman that in her 30s, she's only slept with maybe one or two men. I know it sounds not statistical, but let's just say that. You're saying she doesn't qualify for a good man because she didn't.
My
She
logic,
upheld her
this is
standard.
the thing. This is the thing. I got more experience doing this. My logic is wrong. If you want me to call, I can call like probably about 30 women right now that would sit here and say, you know what? Hey, this nigga kind of said this to me when we was younger though. And even though I was still in the streets, I always kept it funky with them. Like I never lied to no chicks about no panties. I probably lied to get the fuck out the house. But as far as lying and say it is, so I always been a truthful dude, right? What y'all looking at is that a small percentage of men are lying to y'all, whether it's preachers, whether it's basketball players, whether it's drug dealers. Y'all get finessed by a small percentage of men.
Right,
And
but you
y'all
keep
still
saying
have,
y'all. You keep saying y'all. You keep
I'm
saying.
not, well, you got to remember, Kelly, we on a live stream, so I'm not talking to you.
He's saying in general, like the people he's speaking to.
I didn't say Kelly, so I'm
Yeah,
speaking
yeah.
in general. And the thing is for you to sit here and like throw these smoke screens up, you see this in our reality.
No,
You
I'm not
speak up.
throwing smoke screens up. I'm in my 30s, and I have sisters that are in my 30s that are still virgins, and they're waiting for the right man. They're not just sleeping around and thoughting and bopping. So it's like, I see that it can work. The opposite of all the negative I'm hearing online. So
She's
that's what
just
I'm
saying, just because you're not in a relationship doesn't mean you're out here opening your legs to every time Joe. That's all she's saying.
That's a good thing.
That's few and far in between, though, Kelly. That's not the general.
It is, but I guess I'm just
That's
targeting
awesome, though.
the negative narrative. Like there are positive situations in which can occur in this situation. Like there are people who are actually waiting for the right guy. One of my
But
sisters
this is
never had
what you
sex.
telling us. This is what you telling us. During the height of the pandemic, right? Instead of worried about C19, we should have been worried about cold sores. You deal with the issues that affects the majority of people. If you the thing is, if you start dealing with the issues that affects the minority, you're not making a change. You're not making an impact. So
Yeah, I don't
yes,
think he's saying he
women
knows
like your
there's an
sister,
outlier.
yeah, women like your sister, they
Outliers.
exist. Yes, but it's a minority. If you're trying to talk about an issue, you have to address the majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I
But
appreciate
I was saying though,
to the context, Kelly. Like you had a positive example. Like it is true. Like online, you hear a lot of negative situations, but your sister and other virgins in their 30s, it's the minority.
I understand that. I guess I don't like to hear all the negative, but I understand that it's a reality. I get it.
Yeah.
What's your question, Blueprint?
yeah, I was just saying though, because usually, when you're young, you meet, you know what I'm saying? Y'all hit it off or whatnot. It's usually physical stimulation. But if you ain't got no mental stimulation, you know what I mean? You eventually gonna cheat.
Well, I'll just leave him.
No, I wasn't talking about you. The man need to be mentally stimulated too. It ain't just about you.
Well, you asked the question to women.
You can leave. He can leave too.
Yeah, I was just going by your question because you had asked the question to us, so I didn't know we were just flipping it on men. We know men can leave.
What can I disagree with Blueprint. I don't think men need mental stimulation. I
Not
think
early
that's
on,
not.
Logic. Not early on, but as they get older, they do.
Well, I think the older they get, the less mental stimulation they need.
I think
You know
they
what I'm
do.
saying?
You're not right.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
that's
you've
what
never
been.
maybe you've never been mentally stimulated. You don't even know what it feels like.
Now you're gonna sit here and tell
That's
me
what he got us for, Kelly.
I'm trying to support you and be there for
Fulfilling
you,
his mental
and you can bounce
stimulation.
ideas off of. That's like everything. Someone you can trust. You know that she's in your corner. She's your ace. She's your go-to.
You know who I trust?
Your information.
You know who I trust? The dude
Yourself.
that I've known for 15 years. His name is Austin Turnquest. The dude I trust name
and you know
is.
what's funny? You know what's funny?
Wait. Let me finish. The dude I trust is another dude that I've been with for 20 years. Antonio Pierce. The dude I trust name is Pedro Urquina. I've been with for 17 years. See,
No, I ain't talking about with no dude,
Well,
Logic.
you know what's funny? I met Quest, and he trusts the woman, his beautiful wife. He put his trust in
I
her.
was talking about in a relationship.
Well, I'm saying she tried to flip it to say that you need women for these positions. No,
No,
you don't.
I'm saying it's
No,
nice
listen,
to have
listen,
that.
listen what I'm saying. You give it to them by default because they're there. You can achieve these things without these women, but by default, they live in your house. They're there.
No,
So you give them
you're
the
right.
responsibility.
You're
But
right. You do give it to them by default, but I feel like there is a comfort in knowing that you have a woman on your team, someone you can confide in, someone you can pillow talk with, someone that you can tell things to, and you can bounce ideas off. Maybe I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but it is.
Girl,
like
Logic just almost committed suicide today. Talking about if women didn't exist, he would jump out the window. He knows.
We know we important.
He's
Right.
talking about killing Dr. Steele and jumping out the window. If it
Cutting his jugular, going straight to his city.
But
And cutting his
the reason I said that is that the thing is I can literally build a whole I can build infrastructure that's bigger than New York City. But if I don't have a woman there to populate that infrastructure, what good is that infrastructure?
It's not good.
That's
You
my
might
whole
well let
point.
everything be wild.
It's all worthless. That's why it would turn into chaos, because what are you doing this for? What are you getting up working for? What are you doing this for? Like, men is past themselves. Men are the true selfless beings on this earth, because for the most part, they do things outside of themselves. Y'all don't want to hear that because y'all got boxes. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start calling y'all Floyd
I'm
Mayweather.
listening to everything you got to say, Logic. Logic done got us in mess, got us fighting folks that we don't even know, fighting people who got the word "fight" in their name.
No, you're not fighting me. It's just
No, we're talking about the Fight Club. I'm sorry, Blueprint, not you.
Oh, y'all gonna crush them.
Blueprint, shoot your shot.
Yeah, but it's in my
I don't
mind.
even think them dudes Logic. I don't even
Hi,
think them
Ian.
dudes.
Nice to see you not on a Sunday.
I don't think them dudes. There's some of them dudes. They're weird for real.
Miss Kelly.
They weird, but you know
I gotta
what?
keep watching so I can see what we're dealing with.
Right.
In my mind, this is how I think about it. I'm gonna come on camera. In my mind, I think you women have a lot to teach them, but I think also them young men have a lot to teach you guys.
Yeah.
Ideally, they're comfortable in their zone. You women are comfortable in your zone. But
Well, are they the guys that we would? Never mind.
No.
No.
Are they in our tribe? Are they in our tribe?
Are they in our circle?
Hey, CC,
I have seen
What did I do?
I've seen Shantae in person.
Stop.
She's a doctor or a
Stop
lawyer.
fingering
There's
me.
no regulations apply.
I didn't even think about that.
Hey, Logic.
Yes, sir.
How y'all
No
win
regular
with
dudes can apply
I
to
like
Shantae.
y'all can ask them one question and kill them.
You said what, Shantae?
I like regular dudes.
No.
I said y'all can ask them one question and kill them.
No.
What's the question? Blueprint, give us a question.
Give us the question.
Just ask them how you mentally stimulate a woman. They'll be dead.
What was the question? How do you mentally stimulate a woman?
How do you mentally
I
stimulate
said
a
ask them, Kelly.
How do you mentally stimulate a woman?
No. I said ask them.
Ask the men?
At the Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Kelly did logged on late. So basically we're having a battle between us and the Fight Club.
How do you mentally stimulate a woman? Is that the question?
That's what he wants us to ask them.
Ask them.
Okay. I know the answer, but how do you mentally
Not
stimulate
you.
a woman?
I know the answer too,
Wouldn't
Kelly.
know.
I'm not talking about me.
Where's the Fight Club people? Where are they?
They're coming.
On
We're
the
gonna
Fight
invite
Club.
them the week after Labor Day. I think that's the 9th.
I can't be there. It's my birthday weekend.
Oh, happy
Bro,
birthday.
Sorry, Kelly, you did not make the cut, baby. You did not make the cut.
I'll make the birthday cut. It's fine.
Yes,
Virgo season.
When's your birthday?
Hashtag Virgo season. You said what?
I said send us some cupcakes.
No, it's okay. You can cash at me. It's my birthday. It's fine.
Oh, cash app.
Hold up. No, you motherfuckers didn't cash out me. My birthday. Fuck your birthdays.
Wait, when is your birthday, Logic?
Shade throw.
Did you turn 87?
Yes.
With this crayon hairline?
Damn.
I said, no, you asked me my age, not my dick size. So which one you want to know?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
I'm not participating in this conversation.
All right, so then don't go there, then. Chill, lady. Look, I'm
all right, y'all. Y'all know I
I'm
gotta wrap this conversation up.
You made it real perverted real fast. Like what?
You really
Did
start
anybody
talking
want to
about
give
it,
their
you
last
know?
Any final words? Like, what is it? What's his name? Not Maury. Jerry. Any final words?
Rojo just came on. I didn't know if
Hold on, y'all not hanging out till 4 a.m. this time?
No, I gotta go to a funeral.
Absolutely not.
You have a funeral, Shantae?
My uncle died. So I'm in Alabama. That's with the background. This is Alabama.
I'm sorry for your loss.
That's okay. He lived a very long, in his 90s. So, it's a celebration.
Okay. Well,
I give a fuck about them niggas, man. I'll tell you.
It's a celebration.
It's a celebration when a nigga die. When a woman dies, it's mourning. See, that man, I'm going, man.
Oh, both. It depends on your age. If you're of age and you live a long, fulfilling life, then that's but of course, if it's premature, then that's, But of course, we're gonna be sad,
regardless if it's a woman or a man.
Yeah, Logic. My father died when he was 65, your age. So like, it was more.
Dang.
Lady, what's your fucking problem, bro?
He coming for you, baby.
I mean, shots just being fired.
I mean, you keep talking about hairline.
Thank you,
I
RB.
ain't say that about her fake ass body and her wigs and her eyelashes. So I'm trying to be cordial.
I'm telling you, look good, girl.
Kelly, you do look good.
Kelly,
you'll say that, but look,
she ain't got the eyelashes on.
I thought them great contacts went out in the 80s.
She got
great. You look pretty, Kelly.
Kelly, you got great skin.
He just mad.
Don't let
me see those eyes again. I'm mad. The lady keep gigging at me, and you ask her why the fuck. What's Kelly? What's your problem, baby?
But Logic, I love you. Why are you being so emotional? It's like nothing but love for Logic. Why are you being so emotional?
Terrorist, bro. You see this terrorist
but
shit?
No, but like Logic, I really love you. Like you're my homie.
Nick, how you feeling tonight? You haven't said much. Hey, you got anything to say?
Hey, Kelly, let me see your eyes again.
Who is
that? You got anything?
We let Rojo speak for 2 seconds.
Hey, look, I just come up here to let y'all ladies know. Hey, I had a great time last weekend with y'all. Enjoyed it.
We had a great time with you.
A great time.
I'm enjoying y'all show, and I'm loving to see it grow. And I can't wait to see y'all do more and better things.
I appreciate that.
That was the main reason I came up here and get my man Logic some hell about this oatmeal.
Right. Logic, I messed with you because you messed with
me. Did y'all watch the Thursday show?
I always look at the
Did y'all notice how they went the Thursday energy just was in a different place like this Thursday?
Yeah, there was a deficit of Thursday energy. I saw that.
Yeah,
what happened?
I loved it. Hey, Kelly, it almost seemed like a little P for the Sunday.
It did.
It was cool.
And thank you for letting us borrow Lauren and Tam for our last Little Peeping Sunday.
Of course. I think you guys are gonna have Mistaken Sunday.
Oh, awesome. We did shout out Chic Critique on the show. So
I know. Thank you guys. I watched
Sunday.
But we try to get some of y'all on the Thursday show so we can rotate some people out.
We down for that? Well, y'all be on too late. I gotta go to my class.
Oh shit, I know. That's right. Keep it right, keep it tight.
Wait, Hank is a staple. I don't think you've ever missed a Sunday. Have you, Hank?
You said what?
I don't think you've ever missed a Sunday.
I'll do a Sunday with you guys one day. Not this weekend because I have.
Hey, well, come and hang out with us. Come and hang out.
I have to leave out. I'm driving home.
You gonna hang out with us? Or you too good?
No, I'm gonna be there on Sunday. I got invited to come hang out with y'all on Sunday.
That'll be awesome. That's gonna be fun.
Listen, I gotta wear proper shirts because apparently me flicking people off on Chic Critique with my last shirt, it had Hank messed up.
Yeah, you had me a little nervous. I was worried about you.
Completely opposite.
You know, you had me concerned when I seen them 2 birds you was throwing up at us. I was wondering. I mean,
it throws everybody off when they see it.
Huh?
It throws everybody off because at first you're like, "Is that what I think it is?" And then you look, you're like, "No, it is what I think it is."
So you didn't go out there. You don't go out with that shirt on, do you?
I sure have. And it's thrown people off. But normally if I go out with that shirt on, it's like normally to an adult event. I'm conscientious, like not to be around kids and stuff like that.
I understand
like,
that. But
what it's a brunch.
Man's trying to approach you and you just got the shirt with the birds. I mean, he's
well,
like,
my personality speaks for itself. Like the shirt is
that's right.
The shirt is just a shirt. I'm gonna get approached regardless.
Yeah, okay, Tim. Okay, Tim.
That's
well,
true.
damn, talk your shit then.
Where's my secret tea sweatshirt at? I need about a 2X now.
Listen,
of course, we'll hook you guys up. All right, we got a little low. We have to shut it down. Sorry, y'all.
Mojo, did you have
next week? Listen, you're not gonna be here next week, Cece.
Uh-oh. Where we going? Where's she going at?
Horseback riding on the beach.
Listen, I love taking vacations. Y'all gonna learn.
Nothing wrong with that.
But you know what? I'm gonna try not to miss two. No, because the next weekend is the battle, so I got to be present for that. But the weekend after that, I'm probably not gonna be present. So
you guys should battle Trill's show when they do Battle with Sexes. It should be Chic critique against Cruise Season.
Oh, they do battle.
I think that we have some of the same views, so it wouldn't be a good battle because we probably just sit there and
agree. Yeah, I was gonna say the same
thing. But they do Battle
with
with Sexes. I think they do it like what 3 times a year or 4 times a year.
Well, y'all gonna crush Fight Club then.
Listen,
well, it depends on the person. I think it depends on the mentality of the person.
I mean, they said they had to get.
Only one probably can handle y'all is Thinking Man.
Yeah, Thinking Man would be a threat for
Thinking
sure.
Man has come up on our show though, and we have very similar views with Thinking Man. So I didn't think that would be so much of a threat either.
But I heard on Cruise Season they purposely take like the ad, like they almost play devil's advocate to make sure there's like a argument.
Thank you for super chat.
Oh, Sir Shy 87.
You can sing, Shantae?
No,
I'm not a Beyonce, but I'm definitely a Michelle.
She's singing church a little bit.
What's your favorite?
I throw a tune in there every here in like the late hours. You gotta stay up late to get it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
Nah. I just get them a little bit every. I threw some in there.
She can hold her tone. Stop it.
Would you sing to your man while he's in a bubble bath?
Ooh,
Or rubbing his head?
Yeah.
You do got a voice that you could sing now.
I give massages.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got
I ain't gonna lie, that sounds good.
He is recruiting a wife.
They're gonna laugh about a month, man.
Fight Club dominates y'all.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, that's a typo. So I don't know if you should be advocating for them because Fight Club is gonna dominate y'all. Who's Donna?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Who's Donna though?
Just tell him to send another
be on Fight Club.
Correct it.
Oh, gotcha. I think it's just all in the eye of the beholder. I think that they're just very different from us. And I think that it's just going to be about what the person.
Hey, so
I don't think too many of them go outside.
I came in a little late. Exactly what is the whole Battle with Fight Club about?
So basically, Logic has signed us up to battle Fight Club. So we'll have 5 of our girls, 5 of their guys. We'll have topics and we'll battle.
That's gonna be dope. What week is that? I want to watch.
That's the week after Labor Day.
It's the 10th.
So is that
not this week, the following week. I think it's like the 9th.
Is it gonna be on Chic critique or on Fight Club? Like
Chic critique.
The 9th?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's your birthday, I know.
Oh dear.
Well, have y'all agreed on the topics y'all gonna talk about?
Nope. Not yet.
But
Blueprint said we need to ask them, how do you mentally stimulate a woman?
That's it. You kill them with that. I promise you.
Daylor Gobbo, you didn't have to pay for
so
it.
I actually was trying to get a word in on that. I got a question for the lady.
Thank you, Daylor.
Like Daylor was like, no, let me correct myself. I meant gonna. I'm tipsy. Thanks for the super chat and the correction. Honey, I know what you meant.
Your tipsy pays.
I was tipsy last weekend. It's okay.
You made him feel bad. He had
I
to do it.
got a question for the ladies as far as the mental stimulation question.
Double bird shirt again. You gave him the double bird.
It's September 9th, Sam. What's up? What's your question?
Go ahead, bro.
So,
I want to say,
have you guys ever used that slogan that a lot of women do, talking about he can get it when y'all see a man? Have y'all ever been the women to say that?
Before.
Yeah, but it's like a famous
Really,
thing.
I mean, that's a physical thing. That doesn't mean like he really gonna get it because he can open his mouth 5 minutes later.
And I understand that, but my question with that would be, where were you mentally stimulated in that situation?
Yeah, but that's not what we meant. Your legs are still not opening at that point because he could be.
Yeah, women say things all the time. They don't mean
open. And my legs aren't just going to be at the table like, hey, yeah. So
I'm not saying like literally. I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is he can be fine and then open his mouth, and it's like, okay, that's it. You're just fine.
For me, for an example, a time I've used he can get it was like Hugh Jackman. But it's like I've heard him in interviews. I've heard him talk. I've heard him speak about his life.
Mine is Christian.
I've seen him. Oh my gosh, he's fine. I've heard him I've seen him in movies, I've seen him act, and it's like the way that he is, and I've heard how he loves his wife, and it's like, oh my God, he seems like an amazing man. Oh, he could get it. But it's not like if I ran into him at an affair, would I just go into a closet and have sex with him? It's just like he's the type of man that I could date because intellectually he has it. It's not just, oh, he looks good and I've seen him slash in movies.
Rojo, just walk up to him and give him a book, man, and start from there, and you can pretty much tap in after that.
What book is that?
Like you like more corporate, so I guess something that you probably would like.
Me? Corporate?
Huh?
Me? Corporate?
Yeah, you seem more corporate type. I know Shantae is a teacher, so you get a book on teaching. Cece more corporate.
Read it.
So you might get her something on tech. You know what I'm saying? Get you a book, put a little gift card in there.
I didn't hear how you.
Okay. Did you say give me a book for a gift?
I didn't know what adjective.
I was saying, hold up, slow down.
Here's the answer to the question.
Slow down.
I didn't hear what adjective.
I was saying, hold up, slow
Hold
down.
on, Kelly. What adjective do you use for me? I'm sorry.
No. I was just saying, just get a book, put a gift card in there. Maybe a book that a person might think you like. You know what I'm saying, or whatever you into. Usually, whatever woman, just say like if take your profession, that usually will stimulate her brain.
No.
I know Shantae, education stimulates her.
No.
Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna school you guys since you obviously don't know. How to stimulate a woman is to pay attention to her, have conversations with her, listen to her, pay attention to what she likes, what she wants, what she needs. She
teach me something
new.
new.
Men don't.
That ain't how I was putting that. That ain't how I was putting that. But you just took it and went to Canada with it. That ain't what I was saying.
I have finished Blueprint. Finish what you're trying to say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically what I was saying, like if he meets somebody that he like, that Rojo like, and he done listen to him and observed him, you know what I'm saying? Get him something, start out with something. Use a book as a good, you know what I'm saying?
So buy a man a book.
I'm married, fam.
No, I didn't say buy no man no.
No, don't buy her a book.
I said buy a woman a book.
Yeah,
so
don't buy
a book. Don't buy a woman a book.
Don't buy her a book.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Listen to her. Listen to her talk, and pay attention to what she's
saying. Taylor,
don't buy her
nobody no damn book.
Good idea,
Okay.
But you know what? Blueprint.
I was talking about on a mental level, but okay.
If you say so. Right? What age group are you in?
I'm 54. What you mean what age group I'm in?
54. No, I mean that might be something that's more appealing to somebody who's 54. That's all I'm saying. Like that's why I was saying because
when you bought me a book, I'll be like, oh, this is nice.
So check it out. The reason why I asked that question is because
But okay.
The reason why I
However
asked
you
that
want to put
question is because 9 times out of 10, it really don't take mental stimulation with a woman to get her there physically, right? Like
Absolutely.
majority of the time, and real niggas will that know what's up, they'll tell the truth. Most men talk themselves out of the pussy. The less you talk, the more you can actually get out of a woman physically. So it ain't really about mental stimulation that's gonna get a woman there physically. Because 9 times out of 10, like I said, the more a dude talk, usually a woman is turned off by what he'll slip up and say or whatever the case may be before she's turned on. So it ain't always mental stimulation. That's why I was asking y'all if y'all ever said the slogan, "Oh, he can get it," because sometimes y'all see a man and y'all know what y'all want to do with him before y'all even speak.
Well, I
Not
think it
y'all in particular, but y'all as in women. Not the 3 women here. As Ricky would say, it's never the women on the panel.
Never the
But
women on the panel.
it's never the women on the panel. But y'all know exactly what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure if y'all willing to be honest, there's been times where you've been out on a date with a dude. It might not be the first date, second or third. Could have been fourth, fifth, whatever. And you guys are actually interested in having sex with the gentleman, but he say something so damn dumb to where you just dry the fuck up and don't want to give him none.
I can't relate. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't.
I mean, I meet guys
they
in
try to
the
fuck
gym all the time who have the
I'm just saying, like, come on now.
chiseled, like Greek-like bodies, and that doesn't do it for me. I have guys send me pictures of their bodies when they just got the shower and they're all glistening and they've got the towel on, and I'm like, oh, cool, nice towel. Like, that doesn't do shit for me. But if I care about you, if your mind matters, once I like you, all that shit matters. Before that, it's like, okay, it's a dude in a towel. You might as well be on a magazine. You're just a dude in a towel.
If you grab her mind, then you can have her body. So Daylor says there is no one size fits all. Absolutely, you got to treat people, women independently. It's not hard. It's not that hard. He's absolutely correct. So we're not saying that the women you're saying don't exist. We're just saying
they do exist.
All we can do is take your word for it.
They
I'm
do.
pretty sure you met those women.
Yeah, they do. I've had women look at my son's dad and be like, oh my God, why did you mess that up? Oh my God, he is so fine. And I'm like, but you don't know who he is as a human being. Like, that's not what stimulates me. A good looking face, a nice body isn't everything that there is. You have to have someone you can connect with, someone you want to do life with.
They probably wanted him to cheat on them.
They wanted him to cheat on him? What?
No, I said they probably wanted him. He probably going to cheat on them. So they'd been all right.
More than likely, yeah. He had options, obviously, yeah.
Every man have options.
Yeah.
No, I
wouldn't. I don't know no man that don't have no options.
I think everybody has options, but you just don't like.
No man that don't have options.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, I think people have options.
They just don't like their options. Nobody said they were good options. We just said
they might have options.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have like.
I don't think nobody have good
options. You got
the greatest options in the world. Now, some people claim they do.
Options. It's not the same. Like, you may not want the options that are available to you.
I like my options. They're not perfect, but they're cool.
Okay, we know you are.
I love Shantae because she just said
count your blessings. You have to be grateful.
Not everybody, Shantae, not everybody can say, you know.
I like all my options too.
You know what? I have my options and I like them all.
Yes.
So,
I just have to choose.
I don't like them all, but I do.
I have to choose. Eeny, meeny, miny.
Right.
Shantae, you got an Alabama option?
I do.
I know that's
area code.
You have somebody in Bama, so when you go to the funeral tomorrow.
After the funeral.
After the funeral.
Shit, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't have any options. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Well, aren't you spoken
Hold
for?
on, ain't you dating somebody, Kelly? Don't do that.
Aren't you spoken for?
It's not options. There's just one.
Oh, here's Daylor again.
Daylor, I think you might want to put the bottle down. Daylor said, not true. I used to be an incel. I didn't have no options. I told you not everybody has options. For Bella's videos, they don't, and that's the current issue blueprint.
I don't believe that.
They don't what?
They don't what? What is he talking about?
I believe everybody have options.
They do. I just think that people just don't like their options.
Do you consider like having homeless people as options.
Now come on, now Kelly. Now
Homeless
you
people.
tripping. Now you tripping.
No, I'm just saying there are people who have options that they don't want. Is what I'm saying. Like,
Oh
there's
yeah,
a lot of people
but yeah, because it's definitely an option. It's just not an option you want.
And homeless doesn't necessarily mean that they're like on the street. They couldn't be in between homes and be.
Right, they could be in between homes and like not have had a shower in 3 days.
Oh, so you gonna give them an opportunity?
No, I have a boyfriend, so I won't give anybody.
For me?
No.
Listen, no, sir, I'm not a player. I am not that.
No, that ain't what I was saying. She the one said.
No, I was talking about the chat. Sorry, sir.
I don't know about that shit.
What are you doing, Rojo? Are you driving?
You putting off them pimp
Rojo
vibes.
is always driving. You need to be careful.
So Taylor said, I was fat, overweight, broke, and lived with my mother and couldn't get no play. That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of people who are at home who are Twitter finger heavy and living in a basement. Stop it.
Don't show CC your picture when you was overweight, because she will be over here snorting.
No, Taylor, send me the picture. I love
it. I have guy friends who haven't had sex
I think
in
first of all,
over
I
a year.
Overweight. It was the picture.
It was just a weird picture. It was the combination of the big clothes and the braids.
Oh my God. I can laugh right now thinking about that picture. Oh my goodness. Shannon, please.
We probably need to come on. What they call them passport bros?
But Shannon,
why do you think women outside the country just have less standards? Passport, so you fly to where?
No, not me. Not me.
Hold
on, Kelly. You got to stop assuming.
What is passport bros?
Don't do that. That's not a good look, Kelly.
No,
that's not a good look to assume.
Then what does passport bros mean?
I was going by what he stated. Hold on. I was going by what he stated. I was just going by what he stated.
Stated what? Who said what?
I have friends.
Darling, when you read what whatever his name is, when you read what his statement was.
Oh, when he said I was fat, overweight, broke, and lived with my mother, I couldn't get no play.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
What does becoming a passport bro mean?
I don't know what that is. I was asking them.
Because I have friends who are mail order brides. I have friends who lived outside of the country. I have friends who
have friends that mail order brides.
Harrison, yes. Yes.
All right, since we went there, I'm gonna go ahead and be real with you. I don't feel like no black man should be doing that. I don't think he got to do it. Go to the motherland. You got 54 countries over there. You got beautiful women over there. If you don't like the American black woman, you just go to the motherland and date your sister.
Because the African men be how they protective over their women. They ain't like, no, don't bring that shit over here.
They are.
Hey, they look down on us, bro.
They do.
They don't come in with that shit.
They look down on us.
They're told not to associate with the black Americans.
I actually see a video.
I don't believe all of them told that. And then you got to understand too now. If you know, I know y'all read y'all Bible. You know, if you sold somebody, you would tell your children. If you don't did somebody wrong, you would tell your children the same thing, right?
No, I know. You
don't think they help put us on them ships?
I have friends right now that are my actual friends that I hang out with. They're told when they come to this country, don't associate with Black Americans because they see the propaganda of what is associated. They see the black girl, it's like, oh my God, they see us as ghetto, they see us as low class. They portray Black people in a certain narrative outside of this country. So they're told not to associate with us when they come to this country.
Kelly, let me ask you something. So
we're gonna have a whole conversation. We're gonna have a topic.
Hold on, it ain't gonna take them 1 second. 1 second. It ain't gonna take them 1 second, and that'll be it. So it's somebody on earth that ain't gonna die, that everything eat shit and die. Ain't no way in the world I'm gonna think somebody better than me.
Me too. Yeah, I know that's right.
Right. But what I'm telling you is before they come here, they're told not to associate with Black Americans. They're told.
I'm saying when you go to the grave this week, see what they took with them. They ain't took nothing with them. You can't take nothing with. I ain't gonna never put nobody above me.
I guess I don't.
My mom and daddy didn't put that in me. No, that
I guess I don't understand your point. I'm just letting you know what they're told before they get here, and they're surprised when they get here when they meet articulate, well-spoken people with proper etiquette. They meet these Black Americans. They're like, oh, we thought you guys were all ghetto because that's what they're shown on television. That's what's portrayed of us in their country. They don't even know.
We see some things about their country that's
Right.
You know.
But what I'm saying is,
All them ain't well spoken
I've
neither
had
now, Kelly.
actual
All them ain't
conversations.
articulate neither. No, we're not gonna do that. So you telling me everybody in Nigeria well spoken, articulate?
That's not what she's saying.
That's
She's
not what
saying you're generalizing the topic. What she's saying is that when they come here,
when they're heading over, they're like, stay away from Black
Well,
Americans.
tell them for me then, Kelly. I said hello, and tell them Chinese stop stealing all this stuff.
Right,
Tell them stop letting them build them ugly building they be building over there.
Okay, y'all, let's go. Daylor, Passport Bro is for men who
Tell
fall
them I said, hey.
for cheap play. It costs like $56 for a good night.
Interestingly enough, Kelly, I had a conversation with a Pakistani girl today, and she was saying the same thing. She was saying that when it comes to marriages and things of that nature, they're told, yes, marry white, but do not marry African American. Absolutely do not do that. So it's very interesting. She's like, so yeah, we have those same cultural stigmas. And she talked about colonization from Europe and India and Pakistan areas.
Yeah.
So she said that is what's discussed. We are discussed that you do not marry African
Black
Americans.
Americans, right? We're like the lowest on the totem pole as far as marrying.
So it's very interesting to hear from a Pakistani girl because I'm like, I don't know many Pakistan people to have conversations, but she was talking about arranged marriage. She got married at 18 and divorced because
I talked to a South African and I talked to a Zimbabwean. They didn't say that.
Well, I think that if obviously first of all, if I've talked to Indian men, they'll talk to you because maybe they have interest in you.
Right.
But if you ever had sat down and have a conversation and just talk to them about like the culture and how they speak in general, then they will tell you the truth that they do speak that way about African American people. But it's all about
their own people. They treat their own people nasty. So
now you're trying to generalize. We're saying
do you have actual friends that you go to their home and you sit with them and you have dinner with them and you associate with them on that level? Because I was not raised just around Black people. I have friends who are Korean, Hispanic, Filipino, Caucasian, Asian of all
what I'm
races.
Saying, Kelly, what I'm saying is, if you study their culture, if you study the Indian culture, they treat their own people bad.
Right, they have caste.
And if you study, hold on, let me finish. And if you study the west of Africa, they treat their own people bad. So I really don't care for them people. I'm not gonna never think someone is better than me. That's never gonna happen.
Well, I don't think someone's better than me, but it's ignorant.
Black,
Asian, to not acknowledge what they are being
but you're not
about us.
It's great that you have a mentality that
I don't think anyone's better than me,
but at the end of the day,
but they're still being told, they're being influenced differently before they even get here to know who
what I'm telling you though, the South African don't feel that way. The Zimbabweans don't feel that way. You got 54 countries in the continent of Africa.
Well, but there are millions upon millions of people, and we don't know how all of them feel. It could be y'all both could be right. Who knows? Okay, that's the argument. We're just going around in circles with that.
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
I've heard a lot of people talk very bad about African American men and African American women. Mm-hmm. You know who they are?
Who?
Other Black people.
Yeah.
I know what even.
Probably 80% of it are Black people.
Likely, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many friends do you have that are actually from those countries? That were born there, raised there.
I was actually referring to this country. Most of the conversation negative about Black people in America are Black people in America. That's where you hear most of it, amongst each other. Am I wrong?
Or are you in those circles and majority of them are Black people, and that's the conversation you're going to hear? But Dayla,
well, I think the difference is okay. So let's say this. Daylor,
we know what the truth is.
Daylor, I'm Nigerian.
And he said not everyone is told that. And he wishes people will stop saying it. They're generalizing and it's bad. And he has the right to say that if he's from there. But I think too, I think that both could be right, y'all. But I get what Dusto is saying too. Even if they believe it, we say it. It comes out of our mouths.
They also have the actions to back it up
more than anybody else.
And the actions to back it up.
Themselves. or they'll tell a friend, but they won't get on. I think the mirror was the only person who did it. Just because y'all worship her anyway, so she's like, no matter what she says.
Who worship who? Who worship who? They don't do that. Don't do that.
Not you. Not you. I'm saying we're all speaking in general, but what I saw on that panel, except for Dusto, because Dusto studied his ground.
What panel was this? Because the question is, what she said, was it true?
Huh?
Whatever she said, was it true?
What was said?
I don't know.
No, the panel, it was the panel about black, how other countries feel about black people.
Other countries, I don't know.
Were you on that panel?
I don't remember what it said.
Why people don't, what other countries say about dating black people? You remember that panel?
I actually don't remember.
The one when Chaotic got on there said the best white person who made him a sandwich was a white woman, and they're like heaven.
Yeah, well, Chaotic is chaotic.
You don't remember that panel?
He was trolling.
Don't. But chaotic is going to be chaotic and pretend like white people are gods. Mm-hmm. I don't have a biased background, a biased opinion. I just speak about what I see. Mm-hmm. If people are ugly, they're ugly. If people are broke, they're broke. If people are fat, they're fat. That is what it is. It doesn't matter what color.
All I got to say is somebody that eat shit and die will never be better than me. Never. And the only body I'm going to worship is the high power.
But no, when they say stuff about
she from Arabia or wherever she from.
Yeah, I gotta go too. Yeah, we have to.
That ain't gonna never happen.
Yeah, CC, because we gotta do it. Leave out together.
We gotta
too, right?
Listen, we gonna.
Hey, Hank.
I missed it all.
You know
we're gonna have listen. One of these weeks in the coming weeks, we're gonna have a whole conversation about this. How about that? Would that be good?
Yeah, and I'll come back up then. Okay.
Yeah, I probably won't join into that conversation because, to be honest,
because we all black men put black women first. Now some of them get a little frustrated with y'all beautiful selves, and you got to be understanding. All y'all look like candy when we look at you, and then when y'all don't act right, what you want them to do? You know that. Look at Shantae smiling now. She know they all like candy, Hank.
Listen.
Sometimes we can't get along. Look at CC making a mean face. You know how y'all live.
I'm sorry. I'm actually not making a mean face. I'm just looking down at my phone.
Okay.
She got that call.
Okay. I didn't mean no harm. I like that. I like that talk.
That would not be the face if my phone had a booty call on it. Thank you very much, Hank. It would not be.
I'm just saying, though. Hold on. Let me ask y'all this before I go. Do y'all really think? Do y'all really believe that black men put anyone before y'all?
Say it again, bro. I didn't hear you.
I was asking them. I was asking Shantae them and Cece. Do y'all really believe in y'all heart of hearts? We talking real talk tonight. That black men put y'all before any other woman.
Black men?
Yeah.
A hard question there.
I think it depends on the guy. We've talked about statistics.
It's a shame. It ain't a hard question.
It ain't hard.
I just asked you a simple question.
I always think so.
I
for
want
the
to
most
say
part,
yes.
I say yes. I want to say yes.
I want to say yes.
All right, now I'm gonna prove both of y'all wrong. I'm gonna prove both. Hold on, listen. You can't just fall out and holler. No.
I said I want.
Certain things. Hold on. Let me finish. There's certain things that black men play with. I agree with that, but I pretty much guarantee they got another black woman besides.
It's got. I heard what you said.
Why are you whispering in the dark?
I said if they dating another woman, I'm quite sure they got a black woman somewhere else.
Not true.
Okay, not all. We can go with not all.
The hell are you talking about?
Okay. If you don't get it, then you won't get it. That's what the hell I'm talking about then.
I got friends that are married to non-black women. They're not cheating on their spouses.
Basically, what I'm saying is, yeah, you got some brother with preference. You got some brother with preference. I understand that common sense. Hold on now. When y'all talking to me, man,
This
talk to
guy.
me.
Are you serious, bro?
Everything ain't about a book or statistic.
No, I'm
We
talking
just
real. I
talking
tell you some
common sense.
dudes that married a non-black woman, and you say they're dating men. Are you serious, bro?
I didn't say they would date me. You didn't hear what I
He didn't say
said.
Oh, he
dating
said a
me.
brother with another brother. Oh, my
No,
bad.
no, I
One
didn't.
black
That
woman.
I
ain't
thought
what
that's
I
what he
A
said.
said.
black woman on the
That ain't
side.
near what I said. You tripping,
Oh, I
man.
thought that's what he
He's
said.
probably got a black
No, you
woman on the
tripping,
side.
man. You tripping.
My apology. I thought that's what you said.
No, that ain't what I said, man. You tripping, huh? You tripping. I know you be y'all either you listening too hard
Okay,
or
y'all,
you
let's not
tripping,
let this
huh?
argument go on too
I
long.
like women, huh? Ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna be talking about no man with no another man. That ain't me, huh? I like women. I love women.
Hey, that trigger.
Hey, we're good.
Oh, Joe, your connection is trash, baby. I'm sorry. We love you, but
Oh,
your
let's
I
do the
love
super chats
women,
real
man.
fast. Tan, you are a natural beauty with grace, hope, your substance match physical jargon. Thank you, Congo.
No, Congo, that's
Rebellious. Can you do that for me?
rebellious
No.
video, hormones and instant gratification rule
What I was
people.
saying, hold on, let me tell him what I was saying so we
Wait,
won't miss.
You gotta wait. Yvette Marie, $4.99. I'd rather be over here versus Sausage Fest rah rah. So she'd rather be here than over there, which was Fight Club. Congo English, thank you, $19.99. C10 mistaken Shantae team. Good night. Caught you next Friday. Thank you. He needs to cam up. Rebellious videos. Thank you again. Mistaken Hood side crept out tonight. She from Jersey, baby, New York.
Oh, here we already did that one.
Oh, we already read that one. All the ones after
Okay,
that.
good. We're done. Yeah.
So
All right, y'all.
Yeah, I'm done. Listen,
All right, y'all, we're gonna wrap this up. Maybe we're gonna have this conversation. And we're gonna have a conversation about this, and I invite you guys to come up and have a
When
conversation.
we're gonna have a conversation about it. And
We
we're gonna
will.
talk
We got a
conversation.
few things lined
I
up.
would love to have different ethnicities if we can come on the panel to speak from their perspective. Like I appreciate Daylor saying I'm Nigerian, but that wasn't my experience. I don't think we could sit back and generalize.
I understand what you're saying, but
please don't cut me off. Thank you. I think it would be nice to have other perspectives on the panel as well, like versus like hearsay. So that would be him.
I agree.
didn't want to say that.
I think a bigger part.
I'm not talking about you in general, sir. I'm talking about me and Shantae planning what we're gonna do for discussion. It's not about you. That's all.
You're talking about me or Blueprint?
I'm talking about Blueprint.
No, I was just saying. Problem is, just like a couple weeks ago, they had one. They were talking about passport bros. They opened up the panel, and a whole bunch of people that ain't never even left their state got everything to say about the passports, and they don't even have one. Ain't never been nowhere, but they know everything about what's going on in 68
in their
countries.
dreams, honey.
So I like that part of it.
It's what they hear online.
Well,
No,
we
I'm saying I
want
like
to
the
make
part of-
sure that we'll get our research and we'll get a legit, we do over here. We will make sure.
Y'all want us to bring y'all
Right,
want
that would be
everybody to come
cool.
with a passport too? Because I got my passport, so
No, we want to hear from the other side. We're gonna go and I'm gonna find these honeys, honey. But let me just say this. Thank you guys for camming up. We do appreciate you. Everybody in the chat who was, Nurse Fancy, Catherine, I saw you. 1997, my dog.
That's your
Nurse Fancy. Yes.
Nurse Fancy. We are not.
Dr. Steele.
No,
Everybody
Eugene is cool.
Rojo, we can't hear you. You got to put it in the back chat because you're breaking. No, don't text. Never mind. Don't text.
No, do not text while you're driving.
No, just kidding. Sorry, that was a bad idea. We can't hear you.
But we're gonna come up with some good topics. I promise you guys. So we hear everything you guys are saying, and we promise we're gonna cover it 1 week at a time. All right, you guys. See you guys next week, 9 p.m. Friday. Cece promises not to go out of town this week. She'll go out of town another week. She said, "Oh no, I didn't say that." Okay, whatever.
Yeah, she
All
got
right.
put her feet in the sand.
Mr. Logic's not here, but we are ever so thankful of him.
Listen, I love a good passport stamp. I don't be posting all my travels. If I could go back and do throwback Thursdays for multiple countries.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it.
But I'm not a thirst trap type of person.
Shantae and Cece. I've seen passport sister There's passport bros. I've seen passport sisters before. They just don't ever talk about it. All races too.
Is that you?
Listen, you
I
want
didn't
me
say
to tell you
no. I
mine?
didn't say you. I'm just talking about in general. I didn't say you.
My first
But,
stamp was to the Maldives, so.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you, but I'll leave it alone.
And it's women who be doing that too.
There are women I'm not, but you know what, Dustin,
I've
I
seen
agree
it.
with you. People lie. People live embellished lifestyles. People will do that. I personally don't, because it's too hard to lie and keep up with your lies. So I mean, that's just where it's at.
Hey, you see, unless you're dealing with the hoes, then you lie to the hoes.
Listen, Hank.
Hank, don't do it. Hank,
And we know on the first date.
Hank,
He can look at them
I need you
shoes
to
and
start
tell
being
you.
Hank, you want to be a part of this dust pit behind me? You want a piece of this dust? Don't
All right,
do
you
it.
guys, we gotta sum it up. I gotta
Be
get
honest to the hoes and let
I
them
got no
know.
choice. I gotta keep it real.
Come on, be real with them and let them know the real situation. Maybe that's why they'll stop being more promiscuous if you're honest with them.
No, not that. Just don't be telling dudes 16, 18, and 22. Men don't, or women, don't be telling them to go over here, back here in the dustosphere and go and with hoes and tell these people to focus on marriage and try to get them some kind of guidance, because they're gonna be right back here.
Yeah, Hank,
Let's
I
be
think
real.
you should encourage them. I'm not telling you to stop your sexual ways, because we went back and forth about this, but I think you should drop a gem and say, sis, I'm only gonna sleep with you, and that's the only goal I have.
No, how you gonna put me in that avenue talking about?
We had a conversation about men being responsible where they put their penis, and people don't agree with us over here on a Chic critique that men should have accountability.
They're back here.
It's on
All
them
of
too,
them are
right?
back here.
You ain't not trying to let me end it. I'm just trying to get off.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Shantae. I'm continuing to talk. Good night, everybody.
Hey, we'll talk about it next week.
See you
We'll
guys
talk about it on Sunday.
And they called me mean when I was in Atlanta. That was
y'all have a good week.
Okay, good night,
I
y'all.
called you mean.
My
Goodbye.
feelings
I
are hurt.
my fan.